Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. My favorite gamer wears tonight's Saturday stream. I hope you're doing well tonight. If not, honestly, it should be a fun stream. We get to laugh at Israel, we get to laugh at women, and then possibly, actually, what was the other thing I had? Okay, the last one might be actually be a little bit depressing. It depends on how much we kind of get through tonight. I'll be completely honest here. But the past two streams, I have been like in a just chatting, yapping mode. I kind of feel bad because I usually like to actually like report on the real hard news on different things. And the past two streams have just turned into Yap Fest. I mean, I hope you guys are still enjoying it regardless of the case, but I do feel a little bit bad because of the hard news I'm supposed to be doing here. And well, because the past two streams have been the yapping streams, I kind of expected this one to be a little bit of a yapping stream too. I mean, we're gonna talk politics as per usual. There's gonna be a lot of react slop to get them into the chamber. Because no, okay, listen. Okay, listen. I'm a whore. I'm a whore, right? When big number go burr, it makes me feel good and warm and tingly inside, okay? And we did the whole react slop before I left on vacation. And my editor did a great job. I'm very grateful for him editing the videos and getting them out while I was gone. And you know what? We kind of need some more videos here. So we're gonna make some more vids tonight. That is the plan. Mostly because she released a video, and as a VTuber, I am legally required to react to her. But we got some other things in the chamber to shoot at as well. Try to keep things relatively on brand after all. In that case, and sometime there will be a game stream. I don't know when at the rate I'm going, but there will be a game stream sometime next week. However, in the before Monday rolls around, tomorrow is going to be a pretty busy day. Because, well, first off, for the members, the YouTube members, also if you're a member on Ko-Fi as well, because, fuck YouTube. There will be a members-only stream tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Probably for like a couple 2.5 hours roughly, give or take there. I have a couple ideas for what we're going to be doing, but it'll be the members-only stream, which, by the way, if you are a member on YouTube, chances are you can actually watch, because it's YouTube's strongest soldier, and all gifted memberships are that tier. So if you've been gifted a membership, you can see the stream. Tomorrow. So that'll be 1 p.m. Eastern Time if you would like to join. And then after that, I will be on Arch's channel. Hit the wrong button. There we go. Arch's channel for the third episode of Vampire the Masquerade, where the setting is that we're vampires in Nazi Germany, 1941, and I'm a cat girl in particular. The third episode is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Wait, is that 3 p.m? I thought it was going to be at 4 p.m. Oh, so apparently the members only stream is going to be at 12 instead of 1. I thought the vampire campaign was going to be at 4. Not 3. I could have sworn that said 4 before. Did he change it? Did that... Wait, what? I thought it was supposed to be at 4 p.m. Okay, well anyway, scratch that. Members only stream is at 12 Eastern Time. That way you get at least like 2.5 hours of your money's worth on that case. And then at 3 p.m. is gonna be the vampire campaign. And then whenever the vampire campaign gets done, if you're part of the Discord server, then we'll do movie night afterwards. I expect the vampire campaign to take like 4 to 5 hours roughly. Like, wait, how long did the other one do? I think it was like 4 to 5 hours. Hold on. Let me double check that here. That's my rough estimation. So movie night would be probably around like 9 p.m. EST is roughly my guess there. Maybe a little bit of a break because I have to eat food sometime throughout the day. I'll have to figure that out. Where's the last vampire thing? Aha, 4.5 hours. So yeah, so somewhere around that case. So if you're part of the Discord server, you can join us for movie night. Yeah. That's tomorrow's schedule. And so you're gonna get a lot of me. I come back from vacation and I'm gonna bamboozle you with lots of retardation. So basically Helsing? No, because we're the Nazis. We're the good guys. We're the Nazis after all. You have our permission to yap? Well, thank you. I like yapping. I like yapping. Yeah. Is Kit checking in today? It shouldn't be. I had this problem on yesterday on Friday. I thought it was just gonna be like a one thing really, and so I just didn't really like pay that much attention to it. Why isn't the Kick chat working? I'm sorry, Kick chat. I can see you, but you're not popping up on my screen for the actual VOD itself. Let me do this. Refresh. Let me do that. How does that work? Does that work a little bit better? Are we good in the hood in this case? Or are we? Yeah, are we good? No, you can't fucking slur. It still crosses over the YouTube. There's two different programs at play here. There's two different programs at play. There's one that crosses over your chats from Kick to YouTube and YouTube to Kick. And then Rumble also the YouTube and Kick, though the chats don't cross over the Rumble. But then there's also another program that actually allows the chats to be shown on screen. And let's see here. Okay, Rumble works with the program. I don't know why the Kick site's not working, because YouTube is, obviously. So it's not the program. There's something, well, I guess it could be the program. But it could be whatever API plugin thingy-majigger that they have with Kick. Well, Trium is AWOL. So when he gets back from getting pegged by his black bull, I will ask him if he can fix this, because he's the one that got this set up. Because Lord knows I can't do anything technologically, like anything with technology whatsoever. Okay, like maybe I can play with it, but I'm afraid I'm gonna break it if I do. Is there an option for Kick? Okay, don't hide messages from Kick. I want you to show messages from Kick. Yeah, I don't. It just with my little brief looking into this, I don't see what's causing it. But there's a lot of thingies. There's a lot of buttons to press, and I like pressing buttons. I like pressing buttons a lot, actually. So I should probably stay away from pressing buttons, because there's a lot of them. I want to make them go brrr. Oh my god, there's actually a little bit too many buttons. Okay, so Kick Bros, you're just gonna have to suffer in the cuck chair tonight. I don't make the rules, okay? Like, I can see you technically, but you don't see yourself. You're just an illusion, I guess. You literally are! Figments of my imagination. How does that make you feel? Technology. Yes, exactly. Technology. Maul has a crown badge on yet another No Kings Day. I do have a... Oh, yeah, no kings. No kings. Yeah. Apparently there's another No Kings protest is happening, and I just don't care about it. It's all fucking boomers and women LARPing, And if they're all paid, well, okay, I shouldn't say they're paid, right? Obviously, they're paid, right? They're paid, they're paid scenarios, right? Right. So somebody's paying for the venue and the water bottles and the snacks and everything's like that. Like, it's obviously paid, right? And then you're gonna have the organizers themselves, but there's gonna be genuine people that are going to this, and those people aren't paid, right? I hate the whole talking point about like paid protesters and things like that. Like, of course there's gonna be paid protesters there. They're the organizers. They're the ones actually genuine about that. And I'm sure there's probably actual people that the Democrats or whoever's organizing the event reach out to and be like, listen, I'll pay you like $50 if you go to this thing, right? I'm sure there's a few of them. But that's to generate the hype. But then there's gonna be real, true believers, right? The useful idiots that are gonna go to these events because they see all the people and because they believe in this cause. They're not gonna go to an empty venue, even if they do believe in the cause. Well, I guess they kind of, unless they're like real, like evangelical type of true believers, that type of deal in that case. But most people won't. But there's a few people there and they believe in the cause and they're going to join. And those people aren't paid. And that's just how those things work. And that's what the No Kings protest is. It's just ridiculous because Trump is not a king. I wish he was a fucking king. Cause solve a lot of our fucking problems. But he's not. I could just Bekele and snap his fingers and all the problems get solved. And no, we have to go through the fucking court system and judiciary and judges and all the stuff like that. Like, apparently the Supreme Court is going to be hearing the case with the birthright citizenship thing. And if they strike that down and say that's illegal, then it's Joe over, chat. Like, not the like black pill. No, actually, in this case, this is like a Vanta black pill. Because if the Supreme Court decides that yes, it is that if you come here illegally and you pop out a baby, and that baby is just as American as someone who's been here for centuries in this case, then we don't have a country anymore. Like, I don't mean to sound extreme or anything like that, but that's literally we don't have a country. If anyone can just come over here and pop out a baby and like, yep, that's an American. Yeah, that's not how that shit works. But the Supreme Court hasn't ruled on it yet. So if obviously they vote and withstand Trump's executive order, we're gonna be a-okay. But it is literally one of the most important executive orders and pieces of legislative history that we have. It's literally make or break. If we're going to keep on with the legal system. Or we could just have the dictator aspect of things. And even if the judges say, no, that's illegal, just say, fuck you, we don't care. A girl can dream. A girl can dream. If Trump was a king, he'd be a vassal monarch controlled by the kingdom of Israel. That is true. That is true. The No Kings protests are mostly boomers, Gen Xers, and gullible Zoomers. Not even the fucking Zoomers show up for that, because thing about leftists is obviously like they're really passionate when it comes to like their illegals and everything like that. Like, obviously you can see with Minnesota and the Somalians that they were able to do. But even then, most of the protesters there weren't even, well, I guess technically the oldest Zoomers like what, 27 at this point? Or is it 29? The Zoomers are getting up in age at this point. Unfortunately, I'm aware. Oh, the wall is coming. Slowly but surely. Anyways, minus that horrible thought. But if you look at, like, the protests over in Minnesota, most of those were, like, middle-aged screeching women, like Renee Good herself. Those are millennials. Zoomers just stay inside and don't go outside. They don't go outside. Like me! Went to a couple of garage sales in a nice neighborhood today. Swarms of Mexicans in the slums roaming around using their kids to translate. They just called ICE on them. Like, I'm not even joking. Literally just call ICE on them. You can, like, one, I think no, there should be no Mexican here, so they should all be deported, personally, myself. But if we're gonna go for the legal aspect of things, if they can't speak English, they're here illegally. It's that open and closed shut. Like, if you, there's so many stories of like grandmas coming in the 90s, or the case is, and then they're being ripped from their homes. Like, oh, that poor grandma, she's been here for 30 years, and her granddaughter is taking care of her, and this is just so tragic. Can't speak a lick of English. Okay, I don't fucking care. Get deported. You clearly weren't even trying to assimilate. I think assimilate's a myth anyways, but you know, it furthers my point regardless. Just call ICE on them. They're here illegally. Just go. Goodbye. Hasta la vista. There was a story apparently that I heard where a woman hired a construction company that was known for hiring illegals, and when they showed up, she called ICE on them. I don't know how true that is, but I hope it's true because that woman is beautiful, right? I love hating on women. I fucking hate women with a passion, but that woman is a Chad. Full respect. Can't wait for the aliens to show up, not the illegal ones. I don't know. I don't want foreigners in general, whether that be the ones on Earth or ones up above. I'm actually kind of more scared of the ones up above, because if the ones down on Earth are already as destructive, then God knows what the ones from how many light years away and the things they're gonna do. That was bullshit? Okay. Because I had a hard time kind of like believing that something like that, especially a woman, would do it. But I have heard people calling ICE before, just because. And like supposedly there's supposed to be a bounty on them. But alas. As someone who works at Walmart, I can work with broken English. At least you're trying. No. No, I'm sorry. You're still a foreigner. I don't want you here. I am very xenophobic. I am very strong on the whole. If you came after 1965 from a brownoid nation, you get deported, okay? I only want the Europeans in the Western world. And even then, I'm fairly selective on the Europeans as well. Like, Eastern Europeans are gonna have to go through a very tight, rigorous process. The swarthy ones, like Spaniards and Italians, we're gonna have to be a little bit questionable on those too. But I'm very, very much on the, like, I just want everyone gone. I just want everyone gone. I want a moratorium for about 15 to 20 years. We deport all the legals and illegals on visas. And everyone that's here technically illegally after they scam the system. In that case, we don't let anybody in during this time period, and after 15 to 20 years and everyone's fucking gone, then maybe, possibly, we will open the door just a little sliver. Just an inch, most. And then we can let in the Western Europeans like we did before the Hart-Celler Act. That was a great immigration policy. Fantastic here. Like, that would be great. That would be actually great here. But that's also a pipe dream. Like, I'm aware that most of my ideals are really literally just that. They're just ideals at the end of the day. It's not gonna be implemented anytime soon. And fuck, I don't even know of my lifetime. I mean, I'm pretty young, I say. And just the meme of the girl sitting on her desk on her computer with all the Pokemon and Hello Kitty and other things like that, saying, I'm still young, and the parents looking out on from the door frame, just being like, when is she gonna move out? Just popped in my brain. Yeah, that's a little bit too realistic, but anyways. There. So, I mean, it's possible. But it's not gonna be anytime soon, I think. Can't we deport Spider Cash, please, Trump? Oh my god, I should have looked into that a little bit more. I meant to, then I forgot. But supposedly, Kash Patel, our FBI director, our wonderful Indian, filled with a zat, FBI director, got his porn stash leaked because he used his actual real email for his porn sites, and his username is Spider Cash. Which is the most Indian name you can ever fucking think of, thinking he's gonna be like Spider-Man there. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Ironically, the Romanians are getting interested in communists again, so not them. Are they? Because, I mean, I would probably have to ask Zvi, since he's literally a Romanian himself, the resident gypsy, and see what the Romanian news is. Because they do, I believe Romania banned the Communist Party. Or maybe I'm thinking of a different Eastern European country. Because I know it's basically like it's a vaccine, right? A proper vaccine, not like the COVID shot, where you get communism, and it basically kills people's interest in it for a very long time. Like, every once in a while, you'll get a random schizo that's interested in it, but it does not have the same mass appeal like it did originally before people actually went through communism themselves. Oh, thank you, Clarky, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, my dude. Got my Pokemon, my gamer subs, and my chili tacos, my Manhattan Cafe. I'm so ready for this civil war. Chug Dalgamite. Yes, Chugamite. Literally me, I say as I play Pokepuya. And, you know, I was just thinking to myself, I need to make tacos. Ah, I love making my tacos. They're so simple and so good. He and his family wore masks at his wedding is a bad country just for that. Well, in his defense of his country, it's... the whole entire EU went schizo with COVID. Which one was it? I'm trying to think. I remember when I listened to his live streams back in the day, he was talking about how the supermarket had like 2 lines. One with like the COVID vaccine pass and the other one with like the non. So you would have to get filtered that way, and he would talk about how ridiculous it was because of because like there's 2 lines right next to each other and it's just clogging up the doorway. And it's like, okay, so the unvaccinated are literally the plague and causing other people to die, and you're having them so close together like this. Isn't this actually a problem? Like, none of the COVID policies actually logically make sense if you think about it for longer than a second. But they went with it anyway, just because. It was, yeah, not great. Not great here. Not great. Hello, just dropped in after the Archcast. Well, thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoy the stream so far. I thought isn't Arch still going? I appreciate you coming in, even though he's still on. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I think it just got auto-censored. Basically said Franco in Spain. Whoa. Yeah. Well, let's just say some leaders within the 20th century. Maybe we're too harsh on them. Maybe just a little. You know, that kind of. But, you know, that's just a game theory at the end of the day. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Sexion, for the 100 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you, Xenodemon. Oh, thank you for the 5 gifted subby bubbies over on Kick. You guys are very nice over on Kick. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it, my dudes. You're very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah. Denmark's at least working to fix the immigration problem. Yeah, I heard that like 5 EU countries are working together for the start immigration centers to deport people, which is based. We've talked about it today on Under the Bridge, which is the podcast that V and I have. Speaking of the gypsy, right? I should probably shill our podcast that we have together. Let me here. Yeah. But we have a podcast every Saturday at 2:30 p.m. EST called Under the Bridge, and we did briefly talk about the whole EU thing. And he made a good point about the whole bureaucracy that occurs, because the EU is absolutely insufferable with how much red tape and crap they have to go through there. So even if those 5 countries do manage to make it happen, it's gonna take years, and they're gonna have to go through hell, because you're gonna have Germany just being like, yeah, no, we control the EU now, so suck our dick. We're not gonna let you actually get rid of these people. Arch finished a while ago and he didn't even rate you? What a jerk. It's Arch. It's Arch. What do you expect? It is what it is. He's a Swede after all. Oh, I see why. Sorry. Because it's a part of, there's a streaming server, and, him and, okay. Yeah, I see what's going on. I just saw the little thing that he was live within the streaming server, and I just assumed that he was also live on stream there. But no, the little thing, he's gone. That bastard, he didn't. Well, he's an old man. He's an old man. He doesn't know any better. I see V is probably white knighting Jeremy the scam artist. What? Oh no, he is not white knighting the quartering. he was talking to me about it before stream, and we talked about it a little bit on stream today too. He was making fun of him, well, calling he did say that the quartering is not a cuckold but a swinger. I don't know anything what's happening with the quartering drama other than what V told me today, but apparently the quartering is into cuckolding. Apparently, okay, this is what I heard from V, so take this with a grain of salt. And including the whole forcing his wife's head on his Jewish bull's cock. Yeah, at least it's not a black cock, I guess. It could be worse. But apparently he also likes to fuck other women too, so there's some sort of like swinging going on there. I don't know. I don't really care about the personal lives and drama of different creators and celebrities in general. Like, it's not my interest personally. If you want drama, there's plenty of other drama tubers and different things like that. Or, you know, watch V's live stream on it. Well, on this case, because I don't care. Like, everyone's got skeletons in their closet. Everybody big and famous and respectable, quote unquote, all have some sort of dirt on them. Alright? Because they're human too. And humans do awful things. They're not born good. They're not naturally good in any way, shape, or form. And the more power you give somebody, the more opportunity they have, the more money. They're more likely going to abuse it. Which is actually one of the arguments against authoritarianism, obviously, and having checks and balances to prevent people from abusing that power. But the problem with things like democracy is even with checks and balances, you're still giving people power that they can abuse. And they use their own segment of that power. Like the judges, for example, right? To block Trump and cock-block Trump and make Trump go through the ringer with his executive orders and other things like that. So, yeah, there's no real perfect system at the end of the day, which sucks. What the fuck is she reading? What the fuck did you just say? I was talking about the quartering. Apparently he's got a bull that's Jewish. And he forced his wife to suck the cock. I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm just going based off whatever V fed me. Thank you, Von Felsenbrat, for the $20 windows. Thank you. Oh, I guess it's 30 euros. 30 pounds. Differences. Currencies. Wow. Anyway, thank you. Hey, Mal, hope you're having a nice Saturday so far. Just dropping by to ruin it with obligatory dono towards the pony fund. Ooh, please kill yourself in Minecraft, Obby. Yeah. Jeremy has more than dirt on him. True. Oh, but in all seriousness, and I will add, what's the conversion? Okay, you didn't actually do $20. It's fuck. Now I have to look at the conversion here, right? What's the whole euros to? I want to be mean and just say 20 because fuck you for the pony fun. But I'm not gonna be that mean. Here we go. Oh shit, that actually goes against me because 30 euros is apparently $35. Fuck! Okay. I should just done the 30. I should just wrote down 30. God. Ow! Karma! I dropped my pen. And then when I went to go pick up the pen with my foot, I accidentally stubbed my foot. Oh, God hates me. Woman doesn't know currency conversion. I don't. I'm retarded. Or pounds. Pounds is right. Sorry. I know why I was thinking euros. Actually, hold on. Let me change this to pounds instead then. Wonder if that can help my cause. Or will it hurt my cause? Oh, there's P.E.P.E.? Wait, P.E.P.E. has a currency? Hey, oh, wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh, that's even worse. That's $40. Jeez. Okay, you know what? You know, yeah, fuck. Okay, well, you know, fuck. Fuck. Okay. I want to know what the P.E.P.E currency is. I'm gonna distract my pain with P.E.P.E currency instead. Oh, it's it actually is a meme coin. Wait, so the currency converter actually has the meme coin within it? What? A launch on April 2023 Ethereum blockchain inspired by Pepe the Frog meme. Operates on, I don't know what that is, token. Featuring a non-tax policy and total supply of 420.69 trillion tokens. What? Can I get some Pepe's? I kind of want to invest in some Pepe's now, just for the lulz. A live P.E.P.E price today is, oh, this is a 2023 though. Oh, that's worthless. Worthless. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Currency. Be helpful if I could spell. Murder. There we go. Oh, block. Little NWA. Okay, we're gonna get the Pepe's out now. We're gonna get the Pepe's. Let's see. Come on. Pepe, turn. Need the Pepe's. I want the dang Pepe's. I want a free Keki stand. Why wouldn't it select? Does it not? It has it, but it's not registering it. I'm feeling scammed right now. Come on. I believe in you. You little NY. You little fucking dark, fucking colored skin NY. I'm upsetting. Anyway, I guess I'll make it $40 for Fallout Equestria because I fucking killed myself instead for the pounds conversion. There, and I'm never gonna do that ever again because I'm not that suicidal. Okay. Okay then. Oh, thank you, Fonfels. Oh, you little NY. Fonfelsen, right? Thank you for the $5 reduce. Oh, look, a woman who doesn't know any better. It's also GBP. What the fuck's GBP? Is that the actual pound? Is it Great Britain, something like that down here? I don't see a GB. It's a global dollar. I just know it's called pounds. I don't see it. If I scroll down the pounds, there's a pound sterling, which I assume that's what it is. Great British pounds? Yeah, that makes sense. But I don't see Great British pounds on my currency converter here, so therefore it's fake money and therefore invalid. I'll just make it 0 instead. I'm all you can have a P.E.P.E for Christmas. I hope so. Oh, thank you, Xeno Demon, for being a subby puppy for 3 months in a row. Thank you. 6 months more and I'll pop you out of my vagina like a cannonball. Are you excited? Can you hold on for 6 months? Or are you gonna be an early preemie baby? I guess time will tell. Yes. Chat drank every time Amal does math. Well, I try to avoid math like the plague, but don't expect it that much. My mom, why was I born with ears? So you can hear the glorious sounds of an autistic woman screeching about pregnancy, apparently. Do you own other country currency? I have euros. Because I went to Germany when I was a very, very small child. And and I got a German little piggy bank that I put them in. So I have the euros there. And I think that's it. Yeah, I'm not exactly a big currency collector. Though when I worked at the gas station, I did have this little kick where I collect wheat pennies because I thought they were cool since they've been out of mint for a very long time now. And I mean, when I worked at the gas station, it was a very long time, and it's been even longer still. And so I collected wheat pennies, and I just replaced them with regular pennies because obviously pennies are a dime a dozen. Actually, less than a dime a dozen. They're worthless, right? Didn't we stop printing pennies? I know we were talking about stopping printing pennies for the longest time, but I think we actually officially stopped it very recently. Correct me if I'm wrong in that case, but I like to collect wheat pennies. Shekels is the future. Yeah. 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 My shekels are my favorite currency. We have? Okay, I thought so. I thought I heard something about that. You know what, chat? Autistic fixation. I'm thinking about wheat pennies again. I haven't collected them in fucking forever. Now I kind of want to get them. I find them cool. Yeah, yeah. Okay, look here. Wait, I don't want you, little. What are you doing, Google? Get out of here. Be gone. Why do you have to? Whatever. Anyway, if you don't know, chat, I'm assuming you guys know. What? Wheat pennies were printed from 1909 to 1958. Are U.S. 1-cent coins favorite handling? Bucks a week on the bat. Okay, so 1958. They are older than the Hart-Celler Act of 1965. Generally worth 3 to 10 cents in circulating condition. Jesus Christ, actually. But yeah, they are so fucking old. They are ancient when it comes to the grand scheme of things of like American history, right? And so I actually do like collecting them because I just find it cool. They're a little piece of history. Like they're much older than me. They're older than the Hart-Celler. They're older than civil rights, for fuck's sakes. I mean, hell, they were minted from 1909. Like they were minted during the both world wars. Like they're so cool. And they're still in circulation because that's just how money works. So they're actually quite rare to find. And I just like collecting them. I need to find my collection. Actually, what did I do with my collection? Because now I'm getting kind of scared. Because I got a few of them. My time at the gas station. Yeah. See, this is what I like, collecting historical things like this. I think they're made of copper too. Are they actually? Like authentic copper? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Kalorgi, thank you for the $5 videos. $7 videos. Listen to V losing his mind and monologuing about reformed whores while you made nodding head sounds for 20 minutes on the under the bridge stream. Made me wonder if one told him he was going to hell recently. Also got banned from Arch's Kick chat because he triggered the deluge of 6 sevens on the Kick and YouTube chat boxes. I got triggered too early to be the unbannable overload when Arch gave up. Yeah, I saw that happen, Kalurgi. Not Dragon Metal. Draken banned you. It was fucking hilarious. He said, I'll unban you in a week. Yeah. But, okay, when V goes on a monologue, I can't exactly interrupt him. Because that's rude. And he has good monologues, too. He has such good, like, analogies. Like, V's got a lot of positives and good strengths. But one of V's strengths is his analogies that he uses. He is quite clever. He can make the most wild and, like, crazy scenarios up, but it fits the situation perfectly to explain the absurdity of it. And I love that. And you just gotta sit there and just respect it. You just gotta sit there and just listen. There. I thank you, Voicing Hentai, for being a member on YouTube for 3 months in a row. Thank you. Oh, merchant tier too. Ooh, he's a happy little merchant, especially. I hope everyone's having a great day. Well, I'm having a good day. I hope everyone else is having a good day too. Thank you. Still don't know what 6-7 means. Supposedly it's based off a rap song, but I don't know what rap song it is, and frankly, I don't care because I don't listen to rap. Rap is gay. Actually, unironically, because rap is made by blacks, and blacks have very high rates of homosexuality and AIDS. Anyways, we were supposed to do some slappa tonight. And I expect it's going to take majority of stream, because this is 35 minutes long, which means it's going to be like 2 hours. That's just how it works. And then we get to laugh at women again because think before you sleep. This is in stream suggestions, okay? So like by law, I'm required to react to Shu because I'm a VTuber, right? It's just how it is. But somebody put this in stream suggestions, and you know what? Think before you sleep is great to react to, even if some people still want to call him think before you simp. Okay, I still like him. I still like him. He does good work, and I get to laugh at women. So, stream suggestions, laughing at women, think before you sleep. What more reasoning do I need? We'll start with the shoe slapper first. Specifically, Israel. My favorite subject. Where's the Kirby air ride theme going on right now? Who did things sim for? Brittany Venti. This was a few years ago. He dated her for like 9 months. Well, they dated for a while before they put their relationship public. And then, so, it might have been a year in total. At that point. Anyways, I should probably take this off because it's not like this. This is not. I can't use this for videos. Yeah. Get ready for takes. Zeus is actually pretty base when it comes to Israel, in my personal opinion. But I don't like Israel. Actually, before we get to the video itself, she wrote this article almost a month ago now, talking about evangelical Wakanda, and I meant to read this on stream, but I never got around to it. I did read it in my own free time, and it's actually fascinating. So I'm curious if she's gonna bring this up in her video or not. I will hold my tongue just in case she does. But this is crazy because I was raised Catholic. I wasn't evangelical at all. I was raised Catholic. And I did not know how crazy the evangelicals were. I just knew they cared about the end times. I didn't think they realized cared about Israel, specifically when it comes to the end times. Why did you exit out, you little...
So, what happened? Well, a few weeks ago, our government had a "that's so Raven" premonition. They had a vision, and they saw into the future. They saw that Iran was going to attack Israel, so we went ahead and attacked Iran. Now we're in some bullshit war. No, I am not joking. That's basically what happened. Despite the Pentagon saying there was no proof Iran was going to attack.
Oh. Okay. So, things might change. But that article I just brought up, that is literally the script for this. So, interesting. Interesting. I did not realize that. I guess I'm spoiled on the video? I just figured it'd be similar topics. And, like, well, same topics, but, you know, like, made this says differently, that type of deal, right? Oh, well, we'll see. We're 22 seconds in. It was, like, word for word the same thing.
It came to us in a dream. Source: we made it the f*** up. Now, there are many reasons floating around for this war. Israel, China, Russia, oil, Iran being 2 weeks away from having a nuclear bomb for the past 40 years, bringing democracy to Iran, and many other things, and we can discuss those things. Maybe it's all those things at the same time. But there is one thing I feel is just not getting enough attention. And that is the many people in our government who believe in a literal doomsday prophecy about this war, and are possibly pushing our president to take the necessary steps to make it happen. No, I am not joking. No, this is not a conspiracy theory. This is not the Candace Owens channel. This is a real thing, and we gotta talk about it. Now, I know I keep saying the next video is going to be a slop video. I know, I'm sorry, but things just keep happening. But that's okay, it will be over quick, and then we can get to the more important issues, like making fun of women on TikTok. So in this video, we will talk about this f***ass war. We will discuss the strange characters who are encouraging it, the doomsday cult they belong to, and I will crash out a little bit. Okay. A lot of it. The Iran war is—
I was gonna say, her Twitter feed has been absolute peak since this whole thing started. I mean, there's that infamous tweet from her from a couple months ago saying that she just wants to vote for a president who hasn't kissed the wall. And that's basically my policy too. Can we just get somebody who hasn't kissed the wall? I seems like that's I'm at the point where that's like my only requirement. Okay, I'm not that desperate because like if they don't kiss the ball and they still want to import Infinity Browns, I'm not gonna vote for them. But fuck, man, both parties are so bad when it comes to this.
An extremely hot topic that affects literally everything, from the stock market to gas prices to possible World War III. It feels like I wake up every morning and like 5 major historical events have happened while I was sleeping overnight. So it's pretty hard to keep up with the news lately. And that's why for 5 years now, I have been using today's sponsor, Ground News. So let's quickly give them a shout out before we get into this video, shall we? Ground News is a website and an app that gives readers a fun, easy, and transparent
Chat, do I skip the ad? One's in the chat to skip the ad, two to let the video continue. I'm Jewish, and that's one of my rules too now, LMAO. Based. Did we actually find the one good actual real Jew? The actual exception to the rule? One to skip the ad. She will call you out if you don't. She calls me out every single time. But when I just watch her videos normally before streaming, I always skip the ad. And then I would always land on the segment where she says, well, thank you for not skipping the ad. And then she puts her glasses down and she's like, or did you? That type of deal. One to skip the ad. Well, okay, since you guys voted to skip the ad, guess what? If you go to thedragonstreasure.com and use code Amalgamyte, you get 10% off your order for your tea, soap, and coffee needs, as well as new fancy focused drinks. I know, fascinating. Exactly what I want. You voted to skip the ad, so I gave you an ad anyway. Have you ever considered possibly going to the Dragon's Treasure? So therefore, you can spend your money to help Base Team Man fund his little shop here and get good quality soaps that I myself use and teas. I don't like coffee, so I can't tell you about the coffee. And focus drinks as well. And you can use your money to support Team Man instead of Israel instead. I mean, your taxes are still going to go to Israel, so I can't help you there, right? You're still going to be bombing Iran. But you can use your extra spare change instead of on your gotcha woman. You can be using it on tea. I'm just saying. Code Amalgamyte. Code Amalgamyte. 10% off your order. And now feet soaps. Yep, here's the man, the myth, the legend himself. The T-Man's in chat. There we go. You get the feet soaps. Come on. If you got the foot fetish, which I know there's a few of you little disgusting little inbred fucks do, you can get the foot. You can get the feet. Speaking of which, somebody made AI of me with feet on Discord, and oh, it's not popping up. Oh, there, now it's popping up. Yeah. Anyways. T-Man!
way to read the news from all across the political.
You guys voted to skip the ad, so I should probably actually skip the real ad. Wait, I saw a little button there on the side and now it's gone.
Spectrum. From left.
Oh, okay, well, too bad. Sorry, Shu. Sorry, Shu. Sorry, Shu. Sorry, Shu. Sorry, Shu. I do what the people want. This is a democracy. I defend my democracy. Yeah, just like... Oh. The judgment in her eyes, knowing full well I skipped the ad.
Now, let's get back to the video. Happy day 24 of the special 2-week military operation, everybody. We did it! Mission accomplished. I feel like every day I wake up and Trump is like, we won. And then something else blows up. And then again, he's like, we won. And then we're back at war, but it's not a war. But we won the war. Hey, maybe it will be over by the time this video uploads, because apparently Iran wants to talk to JD Vance. JD Vance is apparently the peacemaker here. Imagine the Iran war. Imagine possible World War III even. In the hands of a shoe-on headband.
All I'm saying is, even though he's a race mixer, he's kind of based. He is kind of based. I mean, come on. The Ayatollah, the third one this week, right? Because they keep on getting bombed, shows up, and JD Vance asks him, and gets all up and close to him, and he's like, listen. Did you even say thank you to Trump for bombing your country? did you even once think about saying thank you for us saving your brown swarthy asses from yourselves? I always love that. I always love that for that to be the interaction, but alas, that is not the case.
We're all gonna die. People word for word, bar for bar, repeating the NPC talking points that we heard during the Iraq War. This Middle Eastern country is building weapons of mass destruction. They hate America. We're gonna bring them democracy. It's all the same shit. It's all the same people pushing for this shit. Only this time we have social media, and we are seeing war propaganda from all sides being debunked right in front of our eyes. Social media has like truly been the worst thing that has ever happened to the government. Imagine like getting away with decades and decades of propaganda now being debunked in real time by people called like P.E.P.E. 69. Brutal. Sorry, I have to like white balance my camera. I'm using... It's story time! I'm gonna be the new Miss Rachel. Today's number...
Before she moves on to the little bit there, that's why the Biden administration was so hard during COVID. I know COVID technically started under Trump, COVID-19, right, 2019 situation, and they definitely ramped up the censorship then. But like under Biden administration specifically, it got so much worse, and that's why YouTube had the whole like little bars underneath videos about like this is what the WHO recommends for different things, right? And anybody would possibly talk about any possible side effects of like wearing a mask or even taking the vaccine, which has not been tested on animals. Operation Warp Speed is probably one of the worst things Trump did in the first administration, which, in his defense, he was in between a rock and a hard place, right? Because he had the whole world leering down on him and being like, you need to solve this problem, right? Some way, shape, or form. And so then he had Operation Warp Speed put in place to help make a vaccine as fast as possible. And that's what he did, is skip the animal trials and got shoved out in like less than a year, which we don't even know the short-term side effects with the COVID vaccine. Heaven forbid, 5 to 10 years, 20 years of side effects with the COVID vaccine could possibly do to people. And it's mRNA, so it's already experimental. But talking about that on YouTube, you would have lost your channel immediately. Like, there was a channel called Teal Deer that I absolutely adored back in the day. He was hilarious, but he actually talked a lot about the COVID side effects during that time period. And, well, guess what? Channel is dead now because he became demonetized. And when you are demonetized, it kills your channel, not only just because of, you don't get the money that way, but you also kills your reach. YouTube claims that being demonetized doesn't actually hurt your channel's reach or anything like that. But think about it this way. If you're not making money from them in any way, shape, or form, and technically they run ads on your content anyway, but, in that case, they don't really have an incentive to actually push your content. It's dead content. And so it literally just kills your channel. And you could maybe make the argument, oh, you should just make content just for the love of the game. But in the case of once this is somebody's job right there, it puts them out of service and they have to go get a real job. And then they have less time to make content. And there's knowing your channel is now dead. It just is a huge demoralization factor there. Like, yeah, there's people that still do it just for the love of the game, but it's just not the same. Knowing that YouTube just decided to take an axe, right? Take a chainsaw and just said, "Yep, we're just gonna chop off your head and your arms and your legs too. Now go ahead and walk." Like, come on, come on. In that case, and that was just YouTube, but like the censorship on all the other social media platforms was crazy too. Facebook and Twitter, because it was literally Twitter at that time, not X, under Elon, heavily censorious too. They were suppressing everything. You had to go to alternate social media sources to try to find anything. Parler was a lifesaver until that got shut down because it was too freedom of speech, and that's when Google and Apple decided to implement harsher TOS on their Play stores. And so now hate speech and other things are required to be part of your app to be on the Play Store, which is why Twitter you can't say like I should say X in this context, which is why X under Elon you still can't say the N word or various other things because of those laws. and because of Apple and Google's TOS as well. That was all under the COVID era, and Biden was working with, and the FBI under Biden was working with Facebook and Twitter to actually lock people up and how to actually censor everything too. It's a whole dystopian nightmare. And one thing I would give the Trump administration credit for is that he hasn't gone that far. Now, there's been rumblings about anti-Semitism and, how anti-Semitism is awful and evil, and so therefore we need to shut it down, goy, leave, eh? Um, and it just, so far that hasn't happened, so it gives me a little bit of hope. But, uh, if she was right, having social media here is the best way to prove the government's lying. And well, Trump administration is kind of struggling with Iran war so far. So far, not terribly. It's not like COVID situation where everyone was questioning it, but you couldn't talk about it or else you literally lose your job. But it's not exactly a good look for the administration.
Is 7, and we're gonna talk about Tower 7! Anyway, I'm not the kind of person that's like, oh, I hope Iran wins. That's like, I saw people saying that, like, that is psychotic. I don't want to go down with the USS Great Satan, you know what I mean? Like, if we're in a war, I want to win the war. I just don't understand why there has to be a war. We know regime change doesn't work. We've tried this already. It never works. We always make shit worse. We're not the world police. There are so many people all over the world suffering, but our priority as America is to take care of Americans. And the American people are suffering. And now we're...
I mean, technically, we are the world hegemon, which makes us the world police by default. We have to carry a big stick to make sure all the other countries go in line for what we need. If we don't, then China will, because China is our biggest competitor. I know people think that China is a paper... Some people think China is a paper tiger. But, I mean, who's our biggest competitor? Russia? Russia, who's been in the 2-week war for, 4-5 years now? Something like that? Like, it's not gonna work out for them. Like, who's actually gonna be our biggest competitor at this time? India? With their shithole country? I think not. Like, China's actually doing stuff. They're currently in Africa right now. That whole it's all so tiresome meme. Comes from Empire of Dust, which was filmed back in early 2010 in that time period. They're in Africa finishing what we started when it comes to pillaging it. And I say pillaging it, but I don't really give a fuck about the Africans, right? But they're just taking the resources there because Africa is a bountiful continent filled with natural resources and other things. And the Africans are just not doing anything with it because they can't think 15 seconds ahead. But China's utilizing it, right? So we have to do some stuff. But this Iran war, it ain't it. Like, yes, now that we're in it, we should win it. I don't want the Iranians to win. I don't care about the fucking mud huts there, right? I don't care about the Middle East. I don't care about the sandbox, okay? I don't like Israel. I don't like Iran. I don't like Iraq. I don't like Palestine. I don't like Saudi Arabia. I don't like Qatar. I don't like Sudan or whatever the fuck other backwaters country is there, right? I don't care about any of them. If they all explode and disappear tomorrow, good riddance in my book, frankly. But I don't like us being dragged into this war in the first place, because the China argument is the only argument that makes the most sense. And there was somebody within, like when this whole thing started, somebody in the VOD, when I covered this, spent a lot of time explaining how the China argument works, and it makes a lot of sense. But as the war has gone on for almost a month now, China's only really seems to be winning from this so far. They're not actually being heard at all. Yesterday on Broken Crown, because I stopped by Broken Crown, which is the podcast that Aiden Paladin and Aristocratic Utensil, aka Spoon, has there. And like apparently rumor has it that the oil being sold from Iran is gonna be in yuan, or how you fucking pronounce it, the Chinese currency. That's gonna benefit China, not America. Anyway, we'll go back to Shu.
asking for $200 billion for war. $200 billion. Notice nobody's like, who's gonna pay for that? When it's shit like war, but when it's for your mom's diabetes medication, it's pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. $200 billion while American situations have not gotten any better. In fact, they're just going to get worse now. Everything is going to get more expensive, but that's okay, apparently. That's okay. That's not a concern.
The U.S. economy is fundamentally sound, and that if it were to be extended, it wouldn't really disrupt the U.S. economy very much at all. It would hurt consumers, and we'd have to think about, you know, if that continued, what we would have to do about that. But that's like really the last of our concerns right now.
Consumers. That's what we are to these people. Just good little obedient bug people, gonna go see a Marvel movie, maybe buy a Labubu, eat a little Dubai chocolate. We have no soul, no lives, no families to take care of. We are just consumers. And when we can't take care of those families, you know what their solution is? What's their solution? Take fewer trips to Starbucks.
This is literally avocado toast. Guess what, goy? You can't afford groceries? You can't afford your gas because it jumped up twice in price? You know, your job is being replaced by literal Indians and also AI, which are also Indians because it's always Indians what AI means, right? Your daughter, actually not your daughter, you're too poor to even have a family anymore because whites actually care about long-term effects and planning ahead. And so therefore they'd be like, oh, I'm too broke to have a kid, so therefore I won't have a kid. Meanwhile, Shaquisha is on her fucking 6th baby from her 5th baby daddy, and she's only 23. Just pops out another one. But anyways, you know, you can't afford jack shit, but you should just drink a Starbucks. You shouldn't have your avocado toast.
If I say what I am thinking, I will be banned off YouTube, so I will simply be silent. Gas is gonna be like a fucking $1 billion. But that's okay, guys. Short-term pain, long-term gain.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term gain.
Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain.
Short-term pain for American consumers.
Short-term is highly outweighed of the long-term benefits.
Some short-term pain for the long-term gain.
What?
Okay, so most of those clips are Fox News, so it kind of makes sense why they have the whole script. But the whole compilation there reminds me of the infamous "This is extremely dangerous for our democracy." I can't play that because it will kill the stream. I've learned my lesson. But there's a very old clip at this point from well, back in the 2020 COVID era. Actually, it might be a little bit older than that. Where it has all the local news networks repeating all the same script, and it ends with "This is extremely dangerous to our democracy," and it's all news networks from across the United States. Now, this is because the news networks are owned by Sinclair. This case, so they're all fed the same script. But it is a little bit dystopian when it's supposed to be your local news network, right? Your little town in the middle of nowhere. It's supposed to have different news than New York City, for example, right? It's a little bit strange when they all read from the same script and they're just like, "This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy." Yeah, I wish I could play that for you guys, but I learned my lesson the first time I did that, and I'm not gonna repeat that. But you know what? I will do, because I want to share the joy of this extremely dangerous to our democracy. Is for democracy here. Yeah, is this the clip? It's like, yeah, it's this thing here. I mean, one's 6 years, a half a dozen. This one's 7 years ago. Roughly the same length. But yeah, they literally just say the exact same thing, and it goes, and it solely adds different clips from different local things. It's beautiful. In a most terrifying way. Anyway. Just a friendly reminder, they're all in the same script if you didn't know that already.
in the NPCS is this. It is your patriotic American duty to unplug the TVs in your parents' and grandparents' house right now. Destroy their satellite dishes. Log them out of Facebook. It is up to us to stop the boomers from sending the Zoomers to another war in the Middle East. The amount of people who were anti-regime change war, like last Thursday, who have completely 180'd is fucking insane. I literally have no theory of mind for being that hyper-partisan brained. Like, a lot of these people.
Wide partisan divides over initial decision to use military force in Iran and how the U.S. action is going. Percentages say U.S. made the blank decision in using military force in Iran. Total is wrong, 59 versus right is 38. Oh, Jesus Christ. Republicans, lean Republicans, 26% of them say it was wrong versus 71% say it's right. Versus Democrats or lean Democrats, or 88% say it's wrong and right is 11. Which I guess that makes sense because it is. Republicans are. I was gonna say, Republicans are known to be the war hawks thanks to the Bush era, right? But not like the Democrats are really any better in any way, shape, or form, but it's just the vibes that they give off, and I guess also their actions. We're going to ignore Obama's drone strikes, obviously, in this case. But I also think it depends on who they're interviewing too, because any polls in general, and not just saying this just because of this, but any polls in general, you should always take with a grain of salt, because they're usually very small numbers of people, and from a very biased selection. Like, they're going out into the city, because this is where all these different things are at, and they're all in the city, right? And trying to find people this way to interview. So they're not really giving you a wide breadth for opinions and different things like that. And so it will change a lot. Like, if they interview, in this case mostly old people, I can definitely see where the right goes higher, because there's obviously people who support this, and I know there's a few of you in chat. And you know what? Hey, listen. I obviously disagree with you, but no biggie. We can agree to disagree on different things in this case. But the general consensus with younger people is this is a mistake. And the general consensus with older people, this is actually a good thing. Like my dad, for example, we talked about the Iran war thing once briefly when the whole started, and he spent 5 to 10 minutes explaining to me how literally Israel's our greatest ally. I'm not even exaggerating. I'm not joking. He literally spent 5 to 10 minutes talking about Israel's our greatest ally, and so therefore we have to defend them. Yeah, I can't make this shit up. So there's obviously a stark divide there.
People are just like totally for this now because it's Trump doing it. Some of you are cattle. Some of you are weak. You are submissive and breedable. The only politician I simp for is Huey Long,
right?
and that's because he's dead and can't disappoint me. The worst part about this whole war thing is not the death and destruction and possible economic collapse and nuclear fallout, but the fact that it's good for the Democrats. They will probably win midterms, and if things get worse, they will probably win 2028 too. Without learning any lesson, without changing at all. They will literally run on Orange Man bad and win. I am tired of politics. I am tired of voting. Take away the 19th Amendment. I don't want it. I don't want it. The men can have it. The men can deal with it. I'm done. I'm tired of voting for P.E.P.E. or poo-poo and always getting diarrhea. I'm done. The end. End of video.
I mean, I agree. As someone who's been heavily interested in politics since I was 12 years old, because I'm suicidal apparently, like, I still advocate for getting rid of the 19th Amendment. Like, honestly, if my life's work, my life's goal, right, is if I can be a dumb VTuber on the internet talking about politics, and I help bring the repealing of the 19th to lose my right to vote, I would die happy. That would make me the happiest girl in the whole entire fucking world. That actually happened there. Well, the only thing that make me happier is deporting all the Browns. Yeah, I'd be pretty happy. I would be much happier if we deport all the Browns. Then repeal the 19th. Or vice versa. I don't really care. Both need to happen at the same time. But I'd be pretty happy about that. Yeah. At 12, yes. I was scrolling through Instagram on my art account, and somebody posted a infographic explaining how gay rights are human rights and how evil Christianity is. And I thought to myself, Gay people are people too. Why can't they marry? That seems wrong. And then I did a little deep dive as to why, because I was already kind of like becoming an atheist, and it's kind of fueled my atheism. I was like a really passive atheist at that point, just kind of like, oh, I don't know if I really believe in God type of deal, right? Just kind of annoyed with religious class, and then it just kind of snowballed from there after that, and yeah. So I was a social justice warrior for about 2-ish years, and then maybe 2.5. And then by the time I came like 14, almost 15, I started shutting that stuff away because it became so much men hating. And all cops were bastards. And I'm just like, no, I actually like men a lot, actually. And I like cops too. What are we doing here?
Sorry. Mommy's not mad. She's just disappointed. Anyway, like I said, there are many stated reasons behind this war. One of the things people blame this war on a lot is Israel. Many people believe that Iran was not an immediate threat to us, and that this is just another conflict that Israel is dragging us into, making us fight their war for them. Because of this and everything that's happened in Gaza, Israel's PR is in the toilet. Polls are showing Israel is becoming extremely unpopular, especially with young people. It's getting so bad that the Israeli government literally had to pay internet influencers to say good things about them. No, I'm not kidding. This is a real thing that happened.
Yeah, there was actual, I won't say exactly leaked. It was some sort of program they did a few months ago where they're supposed to be paying $7,000 because they are really big in numerology and it always has to be very special numbers. And then Yahoo came out talking about how they need to work with influencers to promote the benefits of Israel to the youth. I remember reacting to that on stream or talking about it on stream at this point in time. And a fun fact about the $7,000. Recently it was revealed that the people who did actually accept the $7,000 didn't get the full 7,000. They only got a few hundred out of that. So they were paid to shill for Israel and still got gypped by the Jews. The irony. The irony of the situation.
It was filed with the US Department of Justice. They undisclosed paid a bunch of YouTubers, TikTokers, Twitter personalities to run defense for them last year, and they are most likely still doing that today. Imagine losing the internet PR war to 20-year-olds with anime avatars making TikTok edits of Jeffrey Epstein and Agartha. And listen, I know many people are tired.
It's such a good song. I know it's about lesbians, but it's such a good song. Okay. All the things she said, all the things she said, run through my head, run through my head, run through my head. All the things she said, all the things she said, run through my head, run through my head, run through my head. This is not enough, but this is not enough! Anyway, you're welcome for the impromptu karaoke.
Of everybody blaming Israel for everything. Like, oh, I stubbed my toe this morning. It was Israel. They associate criticism of Israel with people like Hassan Piker or Candace Owens. They are just tired, and I get it. Hopefully, I can bring some nuance into this discussion. Not everything is Israel's fault, but when it comes to the Middle East in particular, when it comes to American foreign policy, Israel is extremely relevant. This is a historical fact, and if we are going to be attached to the hip to this country, we should absolutely be allowed to talk about it without a bitch in our ear calling it anti-Semitism. It is 2026. We are done with the thought-terminating buzzwords. We are done with the ists and the isms. These don't work anymore. It's not racist to criticize Black Lives Matter. It's not sexist to criticize feminism. It is not anti-Semitic to criticize a foreign country. And frankly, in my opinion, the worst thing you can do for Jewish people right now is conflate the nation of Israel with Jewish people as a whole. Like, what are you doing? Oh, you don't want—
Yeah, because, listen, I am actually anti-Semitic, right? I'm racist, I'm sexist, I'm transphobic, I'm homophobic, I'm anti-Semitic, I'm a xenophobic, I'm ableist. I'm not ageist, alright? I have sympathy for the old people, okay? So I'm not that, right? I'm every ist and ob in the book, unironically, okay? Right? But you are making your position so much worse when you say that criticizing Israel for being a horrible country is being anti-Semitic. You're gonna make more people anti-Semitic. In fact, that's how I became even more anti-Semitic. And then I looked into things a lot more and then realized, oh my, it really is. It really is the tiny hats, actually. It's basically all of them. Obviously, there's exceptions to the rule, right? It's not 100%, it's only 99.9%, right? There's exceptions to the rule. Same with blacks, same with gays, same with even women. I know women are, in that case. Right, but it's the majority. I'm not gonna sacrifice my country, my people, my family, my friends for a minority of foreigners that hate me and want me to die. I don't care their skin color, I don't care their religion, I don't care the gender, I don't care about the sexuality. I don't care. You hate me and you want me dead because I'm a white woman. And the key word is white there. So you can go suck my dick and fuck off. And that's the same thing. So now you're being like, oh, you criticize Israel? You're not a fan of the state of Israel? You are anti-Semitic. You hate the Jews! Well, I mean, I didn't originally hate the Jews. I just really dislike Israel. But it's really funny that you keep conflating the two together. Just a little bit curiosity there. Just a little bit. Ah. Also, did we get raided? I thought I saw something about a raid. It was there a raid? Or was I delusional? Oh, dog raid! Oh, dog raid! Well, hello Temp and Temp's chat. Well, thank you for joining the stream. I hope you had a good stream. Mods, if you could shout Temp out, that'd be greatly appreciated. We're doing shoe react slop and ranting about the tiny hats. Our happy little merchants, our favorite God's chosen people. Oh, but thank you again. Welcome in, Raiders.
Want the world to end in some kind of nuclear holocaust? What are you? An anti-Semite? It's like when there's legislation to give pedophiles the death penalty and people come out like, this is transphobic. It's like, what do you mean by that? It's good to question mainstream narratives. That's why this entire channel was created in the first place. We are here to criticize the media and the government that has a history of lying to us, especially on topics like this. If you don't think that's totally valid and normal and you think I'm an anti-Semite for this, well, I have been called racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic for the past 15 years. Honestly, what is one more to add to the list? When this all initially popped off, one of my first tweets about this was this. Many people were confused as to exactly what I was talking about, so let me explain it simply. There are people in our government right now who believe in a biblical prophecy about Israel. Pete Hegseth, Lindsey Graham, Mike Pompeo, Ted Cruz, Mike Johnson, Mike Huckabee, and many others believe a massive war surrounding the Middle East will bring Jesus Christ back. They want this. To them, this is the good ending. We'll all be saved. Great. Awesome. Unfortunately, many Americans and many people all around the world will die in a giant nuclear war. Not great. Bad, even. This particular religion is called Dispensationalism, a type of evangelical Christianity that became popular in the 20th century. That's right, today we are talking about the EQ. The evangelical question. Evangelicals are one of the largest religious groups in America, and they are a huge, important voter bloc. Important detail to remember. What you have to understand is evangelical Christianity is absolutely f***ing obsessed with the end times. This isn't just like an offhand thing that's mentioned in the Bible and they bring up sometimes. No, this is like their whole f***ing thing. It's like all their talks, their sermons, their books. Basically, they are extremely horny for the end of the world. And many of those people are in the president's ear right now.
Strike and 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 strike, for angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda ata ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa.
Chat. She's going ooga booga. Ooga booga, ooga booga, ooga booga, strike, 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 ooga booga, ooga, ooga, strike, 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 ooga, ooga, ooga. That's literally what she's doing here. Wait, listen. This is too low IQ, African tribal, just gobbledygook coming out of this white woman's mouth with blonde hair. She's spiritually black.
That schizo is Paula White Cain, Trump's current spiritual advisor. Like most evangelicals, she considers Israel her spiritual home, thinks Christians should be mandated to go to Israel in order to go to heaven, and believes that backing Israel is a biblical mandate. Now, what the f am I talking about? What do these people mean by biblical mandate? Well, thanks to the Scofield Bible, a version of the Bible that placed little, like, notes next to everything that explained the biblical text, evangelicals believe it is their duty to protect Israel. You're probably thinking like, okay, so what? Like, we have overlapping interests with Israel. Who cares if these evangelicals want to protect Israel, right? Well, there's a little more to it. Basically, the evangelical dispensationalist belief goes like this. Step 1. The Jewish people return to the land of Israel. Step 2. Israel becomes the main character in a massive war. Step 3. Global destruction called the Tribulation occurs. Step 4. Armageddon happens. And Step 5. Jesus Christ returns. Behold, the fruits of Martin Luther. To get my biases out of the way a little bit, I was born and raised Catholic.
Sorry, like, so, not the whole entire video so far has been word for word for the article that she had written about almost a month ago at this point. This part is, but I'm still sitting here in disbelief because in the article only had a picture of Nala. I think that's her name. She's actually an ex-porn star, by the way. She's one of those grifters, and I don't use the word grifter lightly, but in her case, 100%. She's one of these ex-OnlyFans porn stars that turned to Christ and found Jesus, and you need chlorine for the holy water because if her pussy has so much AIDS in it, that type of deal, right? In this case. I only just had a little picture of it, didn't actually play the video of it, and just actually watching that video of that whore dancing around talking about Jesus Christ is coming back. I just can't. I just can't. Like, I have lots of hatred for a lot of different people and a lot of different things. But I have a huge hate boner against women doing the whole reborn to Christ thing. There's been a recent debate on Twitter because some guy made this post talking about how my wife has a promiscuous past, but she has a born again Christian, and then she's purer than any virgin because of the struggles and different things like that. And that started a whole debate for a few days. And then all the 304s started coming out like crazy, and like all these born again Christian chicks being like, "Oh well, you men are just so evil. You are doing the sin of pride. You're no better than these whores that found Jesus, because at least they came to Christ. And how dare you throw stones at glass houses? Because even Jesus, helped save Mary Magdalene." I didn't actually see anybody actually mention Mary Magdalene, by the way. I brought her up because, like Shu, I was raised Catholic. I went to a Catholic school my entire fucking life. Okay? No, but they just kept on saying that he hung out with prostitutes. They didn't even name drop Mary Magdalene. Jesus Christ. I'm I'm a better Christian than some of these. That's a really shitty statement to make. I'm sorry. But like still, holy fuck. And it's just like, no, whores, shut up. Like, okay, great, you found Jesus, you changed your ways, good for you, you're still a whore. It doesn't, like, you still have the consequences of your actions from the past. I'm glad you're changing your way, but if guys are not interested in you because you were a whore, they have all right to not be interested in you. If you can find a man who doesn't care about that stuff, then great. Good for you and that, feel bad for that man, but whatever the case is, but it's not your right in a man guys be interested in you because you're a virgin, not a you're a whore, right? Because you're no longer a virgin. Anyway, I'm getting way off topic here. I just really hate born again Christian women Because any of them that do it publicly, it's just a grift, right? They change from selling their bodies online with OnlyFans to selling still their bodies still, just with their, their thoughts, talking about how Jesus saved me. And this knowledge check is no different, but it's she went to evangelicalism, so now she thinks War with Iran's gonna bring back Jesus. Ugh!
Baptized, communion, confirmation, catechism class for years, all that stuff. I stopped caring for a while and had like a edgy atheist stage as a teenager. Then I was agnostic for a while, and then in 2020, when I moved back home during COVID, I returned to Catholicism. Needless to say, I am comfortable with identifying as Catholic again today. I don't talk about this shit because it's not relevant, but it's relevant here. I have many Protestant friends, a few are evangelical. This isn't to like hate on them, even though I'm gonna be making jokes, but it's just to shine a light on a heavy bias some people in power may have towards the Middle East. If a bunch of Catholics were in power pushing for us to go to war for the Vatican or something, that would also be a conversation worth having. But that is not happening right now. And if you're wondering why Ted Cruz suddenly out of nowhere is sharing like 10,000 word AI slop Twitter essays about how Catholics are parasites, it's because he's butthurt that Catholics don't believe in the same doomsday prophecy about Israel as him and other evangelicals do.
Oh, apparently my iPhone's not charging. Oh no, I hope my model doesn't die midstream. This is bad. I paused to make a point, and then it's like low power mode. Please charge? Oh. It's not charging. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. I kinda need you to charge. I kinda need to use my model here, but that'd be nice and fine and dandy. iPhone unsub. You have to use it. Well, you don't have to use an iPhone. iPhone is best for VTuber models because of the facial tracking. Because I want to send all my information to Apple and the government. I have my personal phone. I have an Android. Okay, that's not charging. Give me 1 second, chat. Maybe hold on. That explains it. Apparently, I'm assuming my dog knocked her because the blankets are hurt. Anyways, point that I was going to be making before the low power mode thing popped up, was I'm biased because I was raised Catholics, but I was really interested in other religions for a while there, and when I was in school, I actually took a class that explained other religions or other denominations of Christianity. And there obviously had the Catholic bias within it, right? The whole point was it's supposed to be unbiased, yeah, that kind of deal. And basically, how it's kind of explained and how I kind of see it is that Orthodoxy is the closest to actual what Jesus taught within the East, and Catholicism is the closest to what Jesus taught in the West, because they had that split when the Roman Empire fell. Well, I guess it wasn't really when the Roman Empire fell specifically, but there was a schism within the church, roughly around the same time period that occurred. Orthodoxy does have differences from Catholicism, and how we do the sacraments and other religious teachings, but they are actually pretty similar overall. They're kind of like a brother or a sister, right? Maybe not like a twin, but like actually, you know what? Like twins, I would say. Not the identical twins, but like the what's the term for non-identical twins? Well, whatever that term is, right? Where they're twins, but they have their differences. And that kind of stuff. Fraternal twins, right? There's differences, but they're roughly the same. On obviously, there's like okay, I'm badly explaining this. In this case. But then after Catholicism in the West, then you have Protestantism, specifically Lutheranism, that happened with Martin Luther King when he, posted about the Jews and everything else in the 1500s. And after that, that's when things really spiraled out of control, because from Protestantism is split all these other different branches. In this case, evangelicalism, you obviously got Anglicanism, I can't pronounce it for some reason, in the UK. The Mormons don't really count technically. They're kind of their own separate thing. They're not really counted in Christianity, but they're close enough. You got the Jesuits, as well. The Baptists. I'm trying to think of the different ones. Methodist. Different things like that. They all split from Protestantism and specifically Lutheranism in that case. And the more they split, the further away they actually get from the roots. And that's just kind of how I see it overall. And that kind of deal. So it's rich from me, coming from my Catholic bias here, right? I guess I'm not actually Catholic, but I was raised Catholic once again. Where Ted Cruz has the audacity to be like, yes, Catholics are the parasites. Well, we're the closest in the West to what was taught. Now it's completely subverted by our communist Pope. I believe it was Pope John Paul II and the Vatican II back in the was it the 80s, or I think it was the 80s. That did it. That I think after he did the Vatican II, that completely ruined the faith, in my personal opinion once again. But hey, the basis of it, if you ignore the fucking commie Pope, close enough. Close enough.
Essays about how Catholics are parasites, it's because he's butthurt that Catholics don't believe in the same doomsday prophecy about Israel as him and other evangelicals do. Catholics are not religiously obligated to support Israel. Same with Orthodox and honestly, most branches of Christianity. Evangelical Protestants, on the other hand, don't know how to fucking read and think the modern state of Israel is the same Israel mentioned in the Bible. This would be like the fry cook at McDonald's being named Jesus and you falling to your knees and worshiping him as the savior, and then blowing up the world for him.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. And I've worked every day to do that. Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel.
To think all of this could have been avoided if we simply named Israel Sand, New Jersey. Dispensationalists take the Bible extremely literally. They're basically like the autism of Christianity, which is why so many Protestant evangelicals in our government are Zionists. Now, let's discuss the word Zionist, because I know that word like makes some of you cringe, and I don't blame you, because it's kind of just like thrown around so haphazardly today. It basically means nothing anymore. There are Zionists of all races and religions. Not all Jewish people are Zionists. Not all Zionists are Jewish. Most Zionists in our government are not Jewish. So don't let them ever guilt trip you into thinking you're anti-Semitic for criticizing people like Ted Cruz. Also, it's not anti-Semitic to criticize the Jewish people in our government either, like Randy Fine. Bro is a freak. There is a reason the first time I shook Netanyahu's hand, I did not wash it until I could touch the heads of my children. What the fuck? Anyway, contrary to popular belief, Zionism does not mean when you like passively support Israel as like a good ally to have in the Middle East. That is not what being a Zionist is. It's like a whole ideology. It's like a movement. Now, one of the major characters who believes in this like doomsday lore anime is Lindsey Graham. If you don't know who Lindsey Graham is, you've probably seen him on Fox News a few times. He's been on like every single night the past 3 weeks. To make it short, he is the senator of South Carolina, and he is a notorious neocon warhawk. He has never met a war he didn't like. He is basically the real-life version of the Holden Blood Feast meme. That is—
honestly, I thought that meme was actually based off him. Holden the Blood Feast, R. Iowa, 118 years old. Please, God, just let us nuke Iran. Nothing else matters. I'll do anything, please. I just want to see burning flesh one last time before I die. Respectable, bipartisan. I like how you can tell how old this meme is, the crispiness of it, the pixels, and it still says Iran. Because it goes back to the whole, oh, Iran's been 2 weeks away from nuclear weapons for 40 years. Make that make sense. It's so fucking retarded. I know people will be like, oh, well, we just averted them every single time that happens, and therefore we're avoiding it. Well, then they bring back, then they get back their newts. It's like, okay, well, have you considered a final solution then? If they're just that, if they're just cockroaches, then, right? There's ways and methods to handle that if you really care. But in reality, that hasn't happened. Like, they haven't attacked us in the past 47 years. We've supposedly been at war with them. Absolute bullshit. And then it's like, oh, you know, we've been at war with them for 47 years. And it's like, okay, one, technically we started it, the CEA in the 50s, overthrew their democratically elected leader at that time, and then we installed the Shah, and then 20 years later, they kicked out the Shah, and that's when the whole 47 thing started. So, like, technically, we started it. Now, I'm not exactly really going to care that much about restarting things because, fuck yeah, America. But the 47-year argument just doesn't even land either. When you actually want, if you're going to go back that far, let's go a little bit farther than to the actual beginning when this happened. It's just a little bit suspicious that we knocked out their democratically elected leader right after World War II ended, and then the tiny hats went back to Israel. And then all of us, and we started defending Israel tooth and nail. It's a little bit suspicious how that timeline all works. It's almost like they have a vendetta. They have an interest in Iran to possibly control and you know, or possibly overthrow it and neutralize it. A little bit suspicious there. Just a little bit suspicious.
Is Lindsey Graham. So Lindsey, girl's name by the way, believes that defending Israel is God's will and has said things like,
if America pulls the plug on Israel, God will pull the plug on us.
And I wouldn't blame anybody if they assumed he was the senator of Tel Aviv and not the senator of South Carolina. When his own state was hit with a massive hurricane, bro said this.
God bless you, but look, you know, I've been going all over South Carolina like most people. I hadn't slept much. But look what's going on in Israel. They're running out of ammunition in Israel. We have to help our friends.
The man even outright says he would support a foreign country over the citizens of America.
All the anti-Semitites to all the isolationists, I don't believe. Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day.
The anti-Semites and the isolationists? The isolation, saying you aren't with Americans and are with a foreign country is so fucking insane for a United States politician to say. How is this guy?
And he has been a senator longer than I've been alive, by the way. I am a Zoomer, a bit on the older end of things, and he has been a senator longer than I've been alive. And they keep voting for him. Because you all know we gotta just vote our way out of this, clearly. In this case. Like, it's absolutely fucking batshit insane. But he's still there. Like, this is literally, in my book, this is treason. Like, this is actual legit treason. Talking about, not just once, not just twice, but multiple times, about how a foreign country is superior than the country you're in. Like, you're in. Like, right? If somebody randomly on the street was talking about how great China is, and how China's a superior country and should, you know, completely control the United States, I'd be like, okay, that's treason too. Get the fuck out of my country or get shot because, you know, death penalty for treason. In that case, that's just a random person on the street. But now you have an active senator who's been in power for ages at this point, and nothing happens because, well, guess what? There's so many others like him, it doesn't even matter, though. He's probably one of the worst ones. But it's treason! It's fucking treason!
Guy's still in office. This is like borderline treasonous.
Israel and the United
It's not borderline treason. It actually legitimately is. He's talking about how Israel's better and needs more support than actual Americans, and he's gonna live and die for Israel. That's treason!
States, you just wait to see what comes in the next 2 weeks.
The next 2 weeks meaning what?
We're gonna blow the hell out of these people.
I'm sorry, we're gonna what? It's not war if the balls don't touch. Okay, so Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz are weird, American last freaks who believe this doomsday shit, but like, who cares, right? There's a bunch of those guys, like, who gives a fuck what they believe? Well, here's the issue. Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham might be the little birdies in Trump's ear, pushing us to do this war.
I urged the president to launch this attack. As you noted, I was with him pretty much the entire day on Friday before the attack launched on Saturday. Pretty much the whole time he was asking me what I thought we should do on Iran.
And Lindsey Graham apparently had direct contact with Netanyahu. To help make the case on Iran, Graham traveled several times to Israel in recent weeks, meeting with members of the country's intelligence agency. "They'll tell me things our own government won't tell me," he said. He spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, coaching him on how to lobby the president for action. Netanyahu showed the president intelligence that persuaded Trump to go ahead, Graham said.
It's like repeat of his first term. At least with his first term, I will give him the excuse that he had no clue what he was doing, which was his appeal, right? Trump was supposed to be the businessman. He's supposed to be the outsider. He's supposed to go in and drain the swamp, pull the plug, that type of deal. But then he got in. He didn't know what he was doing. He didn't know anything about anyone. And he was just, told this person's good, so therefore you should hire them. And completely made a mess of his cabinet because of it. It's like this, except it's been 10 years. He's not a businessman anymore. He's not an outsider. He's a full-blooded, completely thorough politician, and he's actually learned a lot of his lessons from his first administration. I will give him credit for where credit is due. And in 2020, it was a good wake-up call for him as well. It's like this, he's made fun of Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham is a fucking meme because of how much of a war hawk he is. I know Trump's a boomer, but, even Trump was aware of it, even the presidential debates back in the day about how bad he was. And so the fact that he still, when it comes to this, actually trusts and listens to Lindsey Graham after he has this horrible reputation just baffles me. And then now this article comes out about how, Lindsey Graham is helping Netanyahu how to coach Trump to get into this. Now, supposedly, and Shu might bring this up later, but supposedly, J.D. Vance had a heated phone call with Netanyahu being upset that Netanyahu sold him a lie on how long the Iran war was supposed to go for and how easy it was supposed to be. I don't know how true that is. It's one of those, sources say type of situations, so we'll never actually really know the full authenticity about it, but still is saying that he would trust Lindsey Graham about war. Of course Lindsey Graham loves war. He jerks off to it every fucking night. He has a body pillow of just the map of the Middle East, just completely nuked right there, that he lubes up every single night, sticks his dick in, and fucks that for 5 times before he goes to bed. Come on. Be reasonable here.
Yes, Netanyahu, someone we should definitely listen to when it comes to this subject.
There is no question whatsoever that Saddam is seeking and is working and is advancing towards the development of nuclear weapons. No question whatsoever.
No question whatsoever. It's crazy how I literally warned about this happened months ago.
I'm surprised. I mean, I get she only has a certain amount of time in a video and stuff like that. But there's a compilation clip of Netanyahu talking about Iran's 2 weeks away from nuclear weapons. Since 1990 something. I forget exactly what year within the 90s it has, but I showed the compilation clip on stream before. And from literally the 90s, he's been talking about Iran's 2 weeks away from nuclear weapons. And now we're in the year of the Lord 2026, and Iran's still 2 weeks away from nuclear weapons, Netanyahu himself says.
I literally warned the administration, keep away from Lindsey Graham. Trump, listen to me. Wait, Trump doesn't watch this shit. Vance, listen to me. Get people like Lindsey Graham far away from anyone in power right now.
Sorry, my fat ass is covering it, but this is January 31st, 2026, so probably was a little bit too late, but still.
Venezuela's stunt was cute, but we are not touching any other countries. We're not touching the Middle East, especially. No more Middle East. We all have Middle East fatigue. I just need to say, I don't like being correct about this stuff. I would rather be wrong. I would love nothing more than to be f***ing wrong about everything. If we don't put boots on the ground, if we don't create a new forever war, that would be the best thing ever. You can come back to this video and say, na boo boo, you were wrong. And I would be like, hell yeah. Fantastic. That would be wonderful. I will personally write a handwritten letter apologizing to Cat Turd for not trusting the plan. I don't know what the f is gonna happen. All I know is I saw a commercial for the military with white men in it. So, Not a good sign. And right
because there's some people on Twitter that are huge plan trusters here. At least in the very beginning of this, and we're coping hard about the Iran war, right? And I saw some of them being like, and actually targeting Shuanhead, herself, being like, "What about these people when we don't actually put boots on the ground, or when this is all over in 2 weeks? Are they going to apologize or going to say that they're wrong or anything like that? No, they're going to move on to the next issue." And it's just like, okay, there's obviously going to be some people who are going to do that, but I think, but they seem to think that a lot of people like Shu or other people similar, or I'm going to lump myself in that group too because I'm in the same thought process here, think that we want to be right, that we want to have boots on the ground just so we're right, that we want Americans to die just so we're right. Like, I'm a dumb fucking woman, okay? Like, I don't want to be right. I don't want to be right that this is going to take till like September, which is a rumor that's happening, because this is supposed to last about 4 to 5 weeks, and not exactly looking like it's going that route so far, right? Like, I want to be wrong about actually pretty much a lot of what I say, because that would mean that society and America would be better off, and I would take every single L, a little bit abashedly, because I mean nobody actually likes being wrong in the grand scheme of things, but I would happily take the L's just because, great, that means Americans didn't die. There are no boots on the ground. The Iran war got wrapped up in, just a few weeks. Okay, you know what? I'm still not exactly happy it happened in the first place, but you know what? Hey, at least it was relatively quick. Mission over, right? But the thing is, we don't know what the end goal is. Is it a regime change? No. Well, our administration says we're not trying to do regime change. Okay, then. Nuclear weapons thing? Okay, well, when are we going to say that's going to end? Because we've been bombing the shit out of them for weeks now, in this case. Like, is it the oil thing? Well, that so far hasn't been going well either. Like, there's no real end goal that really seems to be in sight here. So, when's it going to happen?
now, as I am making this video, our good friend Lindsey Graham is talking about putting boots on the ground.
Here's what I tell President Trump. Keep it up for a few more weeks. Take Carg Island, where all of the resources they have to produce oil. Control that island. Let this regime die on a vine.
Is this going to, though, take Carg Island? Is it going to involve U.S. troops on the ground?
We did Iwo Jima. We can do this.
We did Iwo Jima. We can do this. What the f***? For those unaware, Iwo Jima was one of the most brutal battles of World War II. About as many Americans died in that battle than all of the Iraq and Afghanistan war combined. This guy's a f***ing freak, dude. Also, who the f*** is we? We? You enlisting, Lindsey Graham? Bitch.
Well, we have the best chance in 2,000 years when Iran is neutralized.
I'm sorry, I thought this war started in 1979, when the Iranian Revolution overthrew the puppet government we installed in the 1950s. But I guess I was wrong. This war actually started 2,000 years ago. That's right, it's not about weapons of mass destruction. It's not about bringing democracy to Iran. Turns out we're fighting an ancient desert war. Exactly what MAGA voted for. Another factor that is relevant to these warmongers banging on the war drum is, of course, money. Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham receive a ton of money from AIPAC. Many politicians in our government are paid by AIPAC, Democrat and Republican, which is why you probably don't see a ton of anti-Iran war stuff coming from even the Democrats, when they would usually jump on literally anything to make Orange Man look bad. The only thing Democrats and Republicans can agree on is protecting pedophiles and war. Great. AIPAC stands for the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Now, you might sometimes see people bring up, like, AIPAC money, like, oh, this guy takes AIPAC money. And maybe some of you don't really understand, like, why that's a big deal. So I'm going to explain it in a nuanced way you can hopefully understand. The reason why people don't like big money being involved in politics in general is because it can literally purchase the way a politician will govern. For example, if a billionaire CEO of a health insurance company donates to a politician, you can bet that politician is probably not going to advocate for things like socialized healthcare or anything like that. And if a candidate takes a lot of money from something like AIPAC, that is a sign they will probably have a heavy bias toward war in the Middle East. That's why people prefer when a candidate...
We just need to ban lobbying. America is very strange in the sense that we actually allow lobbying. Now, obviously, corruption still occurs. The Eastern Europe's notorious for politicians taking money for bribes, for advocating different policies in place and ignoring different issues. So corruption will always run in place, no matter the country in this case. But in America, since I'm American, who's American, this is an American issue in particular, since we're the ones bombing Iran on behalf of Israel. Being dictated by Israel because our politicians are getting paid by a foreign country to do so is, that's a bit of an oof. Like, at least when it comes to the company paying off the senator or whatever the legislative to be like, not have the socialized healthcare and using Shu's example. Not that I advocate it for myself, I actually don't. But I'm stealing her example, like I said. At least that's kind of within America and corporate business. Still not great, still should be illegal, should be, kicked out of politics. But a foreign country, a foreign government, halfway across the world, telling you, good little guy, to go fight and die for Israel because Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz and all these other war hawks are being paid by them to implement policies to send you to die there on behalf of a foreign country. That's a whole nother level of just absolute vile malice, absolute evil, like legit actual evil that is being done there. And it should 100% be illegal, but alas, seeing that majority of our government is literally being funded by the evil that is doing this, that's not going to be changing anytime soon.
It only takes like small donations from voters. There's no corporations, billionaires, or foreign governments pulling the strings there. Like how I take money from you, the people. I am funded directly by Big Simp. Some politicians get paid a lot by AIPAC, and some politicians sell out for the price of a Big Mac and fries. Yikes. Weird fact.
Seriously, what do you do with $9? Like, $9 to get from AIPAC. What did they sell him for? Did they actually buy him a Big Mac and fries with those $9? Like, genuine question. What did they give him? And what did he do in return for $9? Because if all these other politicians are getting literal millions from AIPAC to do their bidding, why would you just take $9? Like, I get some people do it for the love of the game, right? They do it for free just because. But you could also make money off of it if you're already willing to do it. So, like, what? Doesn't make sense.
In fact, one of the top donors to AIPAC was actually the creator of OnlyFans who died recently. He gave like millions of dollars to AIPAC, and AIPAC gives millions of dollars to the people in Congress. So
and the OnlyFans CEO there, if you can't tell by that schnoz and the ears are sticking out, he's also tiny hat. He's also a happy merchant. He also listens to Kirby Air Ride in his free time. It's funny how it's all connected. This is why my anti-Semitism goes a little bit beyond Israel.
In a weird way, our government was partially funded by OnlyFans whores. Checks out. But you gotta understand, a lot of these guys would do it for free. Hypothetical. One country must no longer exist. A, the United States. B, Israel. Choose. Read Revelations and report back. When people talk about the separation of church and state, this is the shit they're talking about. What the f***? Like, what do you mean there's an American politician saying he would rather the nation he allegedly serves be destroyed over evangelical Wakanda? Get this guy out of here! I actually responded to this guy, and we had a little Twitter fight, and he just told me to read the Bible. There are people in charge of our country right now who believe we have to go to war for a biblical prophecy. That is a giant, major conflict of interest. We need to be asking people like Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham, Mike Huckabee, Mike Johnson. We need to be asking all these evangelicals in office the same exact question. Also, I just checked how much this guy gets paid from AIPAC, and whoa, buddy! Okay, so here's where it gets schizophrenic as f. While I am telling you this, please keep in mind, I don't believe this. This is what they believe. Because as I was writing this, I felt like a crazy person. With the evangelical doomsday lore, there is something called the Third Temple. In Judaism, there were two temples. There was the first temple, built around 10th century BC, and the second temple, rebuilt around the exile. And the third temple is this idea that a new Jewish temple will be built on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem to help usher in end times. Also, interesting side note here, Jewish people, especially Orthodox Chabad Jews, who are basically like the evangelicals of Judaism, believe building this temple will not bring on the end times, but the Messianic Age, otherwise known as the Golden Age, where everyone will live under Noahide laws, where the concept of worshiping Jesus would basically be illegal. Meanwhile, the evangelical end times, the Jews will convert to Christianity. So Christians and Jews are both looking to build this thing for very different reasons that do not complement each other at all, yet they are both working together to do it, and both think they will be right in the end. Pete Hegseth.
People that are heavily religious. Listen, chat. I know we had a whole religious debate earlier and everything. So no offense, I get most of my community is religious as well. There's obviously a lot of crossover with being right-leaning and being religious within the Christian faith. I get it, I get it, I get it. I mean no offense when I say this, but people who are heavy religious like this are schizophrenic. I literally do not understand this, okay? I get I'm the Reddit atheist here. But I literally cannot comprehend how you can believe something that insane genuinely. Like, maybe in the case of, like, Lindsey Graham, right? Where they just really like war so much because it enriches them so that much. And they're just using the religion aspect of things like a shield to press further. But those clips do seem pretty genuine, I will say. And Shu didn't mention this in the video. Maybe she will later. But in her article that she did, which a lot of this video is scripted from, South Carolina has as like 61% evangelicals. Now, obviously, not all evangelicals believe this, but the vast majority of do, because it's the whole point of evangelicals is the end times, right? So he's actually playing into his base technically by doing that. So I can definitely see where some true belief goes into that, but I still cannot wrap my head around it. Where you can believe a story that's schizophrenic before. I just do not get it whatsoever. Also, if you really love Israel so much and helping the Jews, just convert to Judaism. Like, I get the huge difference between, the Jews don't like Jesus, right? They're the ones that killed him. And they don't actually think that he's the last prophet like the Christians do. And that's where the big divide is, right? That's literally the main difference. Oh, I say not the main difference, but like that's the big thing, right? But if you love the Jews so much, even though they really hate you, I can't get it. I just can't get. I'm sorry. I'm so retarded. I'm like the millennial Woes quote, right? Actually, no, I'm not that quote. Sorry. I literally just can't comprehend it.
Our Secretary of War has openly talked about rebuilding the Third Temple.
And there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible.
Man, we just want affordable homes and groceries. What is this shit? And Pete Hegseth, according to the president, is apparently the guy who does not want the war to end.
I said, Pete and General Raisin Kane, I think this thing's going to be settled very soon. Here they go. Oh, that's too bad. Pete didn't want it to be settled.
So, what is so...
I mean, last year, they did change the, Department of... What was it originally? Now I'm forgetting. It's called the War Department, right? The Department of War. It was something defense. There we go. Thank you, chat. It was called Department of Defense, and now it's Department of War. And I didn't really think it was that big of a deal. A lot of people were saying it's based because, I mean, that's kind of what it is. Like, yeah, men like war. Roar, we're defending America. Woo, testosterone, that kind of deal. I was kind of like, okay, whatever. Some people were saying that it's a little sign that they're gonna be sending us to the Middle East. But I was like, nah, it's no big deal. It's like the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. It's just one of those little things, right? But Pete Hegseth is now the leader of the Department of War, and he believes all this cuckoo nonsense, and he doesn't want the war to end. I'm feeling like there's a pattern there.
So bad about rebuilding this temple. If none of this is true, like, who gives a shit? Like, freedom of religion. Well, here's the issue. If the goal is to trigger a massive war in order to get Jesus to return, they will do shit to make that happen. They will want to destroy and destabilize the Middle East, and they will use your sons and daughters to do it for them.
I go back to South Carolina, I'm asking them to send their sons and daughters over to the Mideast.
Wow, the childless warmonger with no stake in the future and moles on his ass wants our children to go fight and die in another pointless war? That last thing is true, by the way, about the moles. Look it up.
I don't
Actually,
know.
don't. You'll regret it. Don't. Also, the area they want to build this temple thing on already has, like, a big mosque on it called the Al-Aqsa Mosque. I don't know how to fucking say that. And destroying this site would have, like, devastating consequences for the Middle East and for us. Not that they care. Just keep an eye out if that Al-Aqsa Mosque gets conveniently destroyed by a rogue Iranian missile or something in the upcoming days of this war. So yes,
I don't know what the consequences of blowing the mosque up will be. I'm assuming probably something catastrophic, because it's probably important to the Muslims. But I don't give a shit about the Muslims either, okay? I don't like the Jews, I don't like the Muslims, I don't like the Middle East as a whole, okay? Sandbox can be turned into glass, in my personal opinion. So, blowing up a mosque, great, less Muslims, except it makes the Muslim angry, so I can see where they can retaliate, and this turns into a bigger deal, which would be bad in that case. So, I'm not exactly excited about that. But I also really hate the Muslims, and they already hate us anyways. They're already raping and pillaging us in general. Like, obviously, mostly in Europe, the Pakistani rape games in Britain gets a lot of focus on, but Germany and France have to deal with the same thing. America's dealing with the same thing. We don't hear about it as much because America is so vast that it's more isolated cases, but it still happens in America in this case. So, less Muslim? Great.
it is a holy war. We are being non-consensually dragged into a holy war by 3 different sets of desert people, just as I started to get my life together. Now here is the important question. Could all this doomsday talk these politicians are saying out loud just be religious pandering to the massive evangelical population that votes for the GOP to get them to vote for a war that is ultimately about, you know, like land and weapons and territory or whatever the f***? Yes, absolutely yes. It could all be bullshit. They might not actually believe it. I mean, a bunch of politicians, like, they're going to islands and, like, rape kids. You think these people believe in God? But remember, like I said, many do. Sometimes people really do believe in things and they will kill and die for them. Or, you know, make you go kill and die for them. I know it's hard for people to understand.
Did that pause on OBS? Sorry about that, chat. I tapped away for there for a second to check on something and apparently just paused the video. Did the audio go off? I'll back up for like 15 seconds or something like that.
Islands and, like, rape kids. You think these people believe in God? But remember, like I said, many do. Sometimes people really do believe in things and they will kill and die for them. Or, you know, make you go kill and die for them. I know it's hard for people to understand this. They understand it perfectly well when it comes to radical Islam, when Muslims will, like, blow themselves up for Allah or whatever the f***. Yet when it comes to other religions, like, they can't really comprehend it. Just because you don't believe in something doesn't mean the people who do won't do crazy shit. Like, because they believe in something. US commanders across more than 30 military bases told troops the Iran war was part of God's plan and linked it to Armageddon. A commander said Trump was anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon. The Military Religious Freedom Foundation says it has received over 110 similar complaints describing the war as biblically sanctioned and a sign of the Christian end times. So here's the question. Does Trump believe in this? No. No, I don't think so. But the people around him do, and they talk about it all the time. And after Trump was like a millimeter away from being brutally and horrifically assassinated on live TV, probably not good or healthy that he has people like Mike Huckabee in his ear, the United States ambassador to Israel, saying this in regards to bombing Iran. Mr. President, God spared you in Butler, Pennsylvania to be the most consequential president in a century, maybe ever. The decision on your shoulders I would not want to be made by anyone else. You have many voices speaking to you, sir, but there is only one voice that matters. His voice. I am your appointed servant in this land, and I am available for you. But I do not try to get in your presence often because I trust your instincts.
What?
No president in my lifetime has been in a position like yours. Not since Truman in 1945. I don't reach out to persuade you, only to encourage you. I believe you will hear from heaven, and that voice is far more important than mine or anyone else's. You sent me to Israel to be your eyes, ears, and voice, and make sure our flag flies above our embassy. My job is to be the last one to leave. I will not abandon this post. Our flag will not come down. You did not seek this moment. This moment sought you. It is my honor to serve you. Mike Huckabee.
So, I think we found the world's biggest simp. Not, like, unironically. The man wrote a whole ass paper about how God saved Trump and he's there for him. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. Like, oh. Man, if somebody wrote something like that for me, I would be like an instant block. I'd be like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Please stay 10 feet away at the bare minimum, or else I will get a restraining order and I will make that 50 feet. That's just a schizo post right there. I ain't reading all that. You need well, I was going to say you need Jesus, but he seems to believe that Jesus is, working through him to help save Trump from being assassinated or something like that. Fucking hell. Oh yeah, and like Mike Huckabee had this whole interview with Tucker Carlson a few weeks ago. I saw bits and pieces from the clips that are being passed around. And he's just schizophrenic. Once again, every single one of these people were like genuinely schizophrenic with how ardent they believe in defending Israel for the sake of their faith. And he said multiple times throughout, like, once again, the clips that I saw, about how Israel is so much more important than America, sitting there with an American flag on his pinned to his chest right there. The audacity of the man's insane, and Tucker Carlson was sitting there super confused too. Like, how can you believe this and say all this all these things about how amazing Israel is and fuck the U.S. while being the ambassador to Israel on behalf of the United States? Like, you're no longer the ambassador of Israel for the United States. You are the ambassador of America for Israel. Like, Jesus Christ.
Not since Truman in 1945. What did he mean by this, chat? In conclusion, evangelical Wakanda is an interesting aspect to all of this to consider. It might not be the only cause of the war. I don't think it is. I think there's many different reasons. But I think it is pretty important to consider the fact that there are people in power right now who are very close to the President of the United States who may be a teeny itsy bitsy bit biased when it comes to war in the Middle East. Also, draft Lindsey Graham. That is all. Thank you for your attention to this matter. If you guys want a completely uncensored version of this video with no bleeps, donate to my Patreon, link down below. All Patreons get a raw version of each video a day before. Become a member of Big Simp today. Also, big shout out to Ground News again for sponsoring this video. It was hard to get a sponsor for this video. I was about to do it with no sponsor, and Ground News was like, sure, we'll do it. Talk about whatever you want. Like, that's based. That's based. Go give them some love. And I will see you guys next time with a slop video. I promise.
Yeah, should I reach out to Ground News to see if they'll sponsor me? Do you think they'd be okay with everything that I say? Because this topic is kind of spicy, right? Like, touching upon Israel is spicy because of the anti-Semitism claims around it. Well, like she said earlier, you can criticize Israel without being critical of Jews, but the Jews and the evangelicals don't see it that way in any way, shape, or form, and some leftists say it as well. Like, you criticize Israel, that makes you automatically anti-Semitic, and so therefore sponsors and businesses don't exactly like that. However, I go a little bit beyond. That. And different aspects. So I'm not sure if they would appreciate it. I'm also probably technically too small as well. But I'm just like, I mean, that is actually pretty base that they don't give a fuck. Just actually go ahead. Which is why I like the Dragon's Treasure. Use code Amalgamyte for 10% off your order for your tea, soap, coffee needs, and focused drinks there. Because the T-Man doesn't give a shit. The T-Man actually is pretty base and agrees with me on a lot of stuff. Like, he's insane. In some cases, he's a little bit more extreme than me, which is saying something. So yeah, the T-Man's great. Hell yeah. Also, I'm gonna skip ahead to her little thing at the very end.
For I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory.
And like nobody is there. Nobody's there when she's doing this little chant.
For I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory.
Well, like they're just looks like they're setting up the stage right now. I'm assuming she might be like practicing for her speech. Of course, a little cross in the background. This looks like a televangelist little thing, like one of those like mega churches where they have this massive platform and the flashy lights and like the rock band going on and that kind of stuff. Wait, actually, those might actually be the evangelicals now that I think about it, because that's not how a Catholic church is. I just never really looked into what denomination does that thing. I just kind of wrote them off as crazy. So this actually might legitimately be a megachurch. But she literally isn't one? Oh my god. So it is the evangelicals that have the megachurches. Oh, you know what? The megachurches always seem crazy to me. That actually makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense actually. Okay, I'm learning more about the denomination. All I'm saying is, if I ever have a come to Jesus moment, like, because I do feel some pull to the faith to a certain degree. My biggest issue is believing in God specifically when it comes down to things. And even then, I'm actually not, like, against the case of God. It's the specific Christian God, right? Right. In this case. But, man, it's gonna be orthodoxy. It's gonna be orthodoxy, not Catholicism, because fuck the Pope. There's a megachurch that's Baptist. It takes up the whole mall. Jesus Christ. I may should say Jesus Christ when I'm talking about the evangelicals. God damn. This is a good video by Shu. Because I agree with Shu on a lot of things, not the socialist policies, unless I would be more open to the socialist policies if the demographics were the right color, but that's not unfortunately the case, so therefore I disagree. America can't handle socialist policies, and even with the demographics being what they should be, at like 99%, America's still too big. We need to be on the state level instead of federal. So I don't think it's possible, in that case. She had some cool takes when it came to the ICE shooting of Alex Pretty and Renee Good. Specifically Alex Pretty. But overall, she was pretty good. I've been a fan of her for a very long time now. Like, extremely long time. Back when she was dating Armor Skeptic. They even had a channel where they did movie reviews, too. Anyway, I'm not gonna go on that tangent. I'm sure she probably doesn't actually appreciate me talking about her ex when she's married with a kid. Yeah, probably not the best thing to do. But I like Shu a lot. It was a good video. And it explains things quite well. And honestly, she is bringing up a point that a lot of people don't talk about with the whole evangelicals. Like, it's not something that I was aware of. And not like I'm the smartest bunch either. I'm not the brightest bulb. I don't know everything. I'm really fucking retarded. But I do think I know some things here and there, possibly-ish. And I don't know fuck about these people. it's like just a denomination of Christianity, and I'm not a Christian myself. Well, I'm culturally a Christian. I'm a leech in that case. I will actually more than likely raise my kids to be Christian because I like the holidays of Christmas and Easter. I don't want them being commercialized. I don't mean the gay way of it like it is. I mean actual legit religious undertones of it because I think it's beautiful. But once again, culturally Christian. There. She kind of glazed over her atheist period when she mentioned in the video, LMAO. I mean, it doesn't exactly fit the point of the video when you're focusing on Israel and evangelicals here. And she's not like she's live streaming like I am, because when you live stream, you can just yap and tangent about everything under the sun, right? But there's so many streams, I don't get to half the topics I fucking have because I just yap so much. But when you're making a video, you need to be a lot more concise for it, because people don't really like watching longer videos as a general rule of thumb. Even 35 minutes is a little bit on the long side for different things, but it's about average for what she does anyway, so it works out. But you want to make sure you keep it relatively condensed. Thank you, a massive Doge, for the $1.99. Can we take back Constantinople instead? I wish, but alas. Thank you, Soul on the Lich, for the $10 videos. Millions would be tossed into the flames, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Every professional wall coaster, even shoes going ringing the bells. Whoa, buddy! I mean, she's been on a noticing track for, like, a year now? And I think a lot of people are too, because thanks to Twitter. Like, say what you want about Elon, but he has done everyone a massive favor by allowing Twitter to be as free speech as possible, because once again, you can only do so much with Apple and Google's TOS with different things. But he's pretty close for those things. And as things have gotten worse, people are starting to notice patterns. And, wow. Patterns are racist. I thank you, Chain Reaction, for the 10 warp tokens. Thank you. Thank you, Massive Doge, for $4.99. Where's my $1,000? What $100? No, you're getting $50. No, you're not getting the $50. Jesus, yep. Thank you, Forbidden Gabagool, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. Netanyahu, please let us learn nothing from the years of conflict so that Iran can harm our service members and destroy our expensive shit. Why, of course. There's another war for the Middle East. Aren't you excited? Let's see here. Thank you, Clergy, for the $3 rituals. Thank you. Judeo-Christianity, the belief that Christ desired his followers to defend and fight to realize the wishes of people who rejected his father's word and had him executed. The very same people who believe that he is a burning in a pit of excrement for eternity, by the way. Yeah, it doesn't make logical sense. Like, I've known of Judeo-Christianity for a bit now. I just figured it's a sect within itself, right? I didn't realize it's specifically the evangelicals. In this case. But I just don't understand it. Like, the Jews killed Jesus. And, I mean, okay. Even when I was in Catholic school, I remember my teachers being like, no, the Jews didn't actually kill Jesus, you know. It was the Romans that did it. It was a different time period, you know, that kind of deal, right? They're trying to, like, stop the anti-Semitism from being rooted within Catholicism in itself. And it never really made sense to me because it was the Jews that killed Jesus. Judas betrayed Jesus and went to the Jews and for the 30 pieces of silver. And then they brought the Romans over to them. And then, you know, that way. Like... it never made sense to me, but like, they're two different religions that with one Christianity, the whole point of it is that it's about Jesus. The whole thing is centered around Jesus. Yes, it's also used to the Old Testament, but the New Testament is supposed to be the continuation and ending of the Old Testament, fulfilling the prophecy. And you have the Trinity, or at least in Catholicism it has the Trinity, right? Where you have God, the Father, Jesus, the Son, and then the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit, depending on how updated you are with the terminology there, right? Represented by the dove, in that case. And that's the whole focus of it. Versus Judaism doesn't believe that Jesus was the prophet. He thinks he's a false prophet, and that's why they had him executed. They think that the final prophet still has yet to come, even though it's been thousands of years at this point. Like, it doesn't, the whole, that's, logically doesn't make sense. Ugh. Thank you to the chickens for the $5 videos. First term Trump as useful as a random number gen. Making decisions cause at least there's chance something good can happen to U.S. citizen taxpayers. I'm kind of confused what you mean by useful as a random number gen. Like, just a random a random number generator. Ah, okay, yeah. Okay, I get it now. It's just like, what? I guess that kind of makes sense. I mean, he wasn't bad. I mean, he's gonna be better than Hillary Clinton. Like, for the record here, like, because I do see some new peeps within the chat, right? Obviously, I'm heavily critical of Israel, right, and Muslims, in this case, right? I know I have a lot of overlap with Nick Fuentes for some of my beliefs on different things. I am not a graper. And I do not believe in voting Democrat, okay? I want to make this perfectly fucking clear. If you vote Democrat in the midterms or in 2028, you're literally actually politically retarded, worse than me, and that's saying something, okay? Because, listen, I'm not happy with Trump. I'm not happy with Republicans. I'm not happy with the Iran war. I think deportations are the moderate solution, and we need to ramp things up. And I hate the fact that he changed his tune from deportations to deporting just the criminals to the worst of the worst. They changed his thing. And then whenever Trump has a bad PR stunt, they put in JD Vance's handsome face and everything like that. Like, Trump has done some good things too, like the South Afrikaners, right? The Afrikaners, bring them in. His executive orders against DEI, executive orders to end birthright citizenship. He's done actually a lot of good things. And it's because of that, and Republicans are the only ones that are sort of kind of fighting against this. That you should still vote for them, because you gotta vote our way out of this, right? We gotta vote harder. Democrats, if you vote Democrat, you're just gonna have Biden 2.0, where they actually get the little lift thingy and they raise the metal gates and just let the hordes flood in. We already have a huge problem with illegal immigrants. We don't need more. They're gonna continue all the visa programs and H-1Bs. They love Indians. They love all the other brown whites flooding in legally. They're not going to stop legal immigration, and legal immigration is a bigger issue than illegal immigration, in my personal opinion. How easily it can be abused, and how these people can actually get office and shit like that. The Democrats are not going to help. They're not going to change that. They're going to push more LGBTQ nonsense. They're going to push trans rights. They're going to push homosexuality and giving PrEP to everybody. Full term abortion crap. Like, everything about the Democrats is absolutely abysmal. Yes, the Republicans kind of suck, and you could definitely make the argument for the Uniparty. I can agree for that. But when it comes to voting, it still sort of kind of matters, especially on the local level in particular. Federal, debatable, but I still think you should go unvote. So at least you're doing something. At least you're doing something, which is better than nothing, even if it's just minimal at that. But local is definitely a lot more important, like in the case of the midterms in the case. Because you can see in the case of Virginia, for example, with their recent elections that they had, the fucking GOP ran a fucking black woman. A black woman who was talking about Black Lives Matter and Black history, which was completely false, by the way. And she had the whole, she tried to pretend she was holding a gun and, she was cool and based that way. But she's just a black woman. She's actually a leftist. And they ran her just because diversity. Trying to get the black vote. The blacks are not going to vote for you no matter how many black people you put in front. They don't fucking care. And they don't care. They're going to vote for the Democrat plantation because guess what? The Democrats are giving them free shit. The Republicans constantly advocate for stopping the free shit. What do you think they're gonna fucking do? Jesus Christ. And then, so guess what? The Democrats won in Virginia, and now they're upping taxes astronomically. They're putting restrictions on guns. They're changing voting laws and gerrymandering up the wazoo here. No, Virginia is gonna be a permanently blue state with a whole bunch of side effects with it. Yeah, you should, voting at least locally is still important. Voting for Democrats literally suicidal. Changed my mind. It's I can't stand that talking point. And I guess I can't stand a lot of things. I get angry easily. I guess this is a woman thing, right? Vagina goes brr and says be upset all the time. Anyways, I went on a massive tangent there. How did I even start this? I kind of know how I started it, but it doesn't really matter in the end. I was reading super chats. Thank you, Devastator, for the $13 dues. Ooh, funny number. 12 pickles. Where's the 13th? Don't think about that too much. Just a general statement. Have a great night. Well, thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the $13 dues there. I won't think about it. I'll turn my brain off and go there. Am I caught up on the supers? Mods are usually do a pretty good job of get behind and stuff. I want to double check because you guys have been very generous. Very, very generous. Can't thank you enough. I know this sounds cliche, but it's true. After all, I'm a whore on the... Goose... there's a... Goose Stepper, thank you for the $19.99. Thank you, thank you, thank you. American Fascist... Ooh. Had a good week at work. Welcome back. Well, I'm glad you had a good week at work, and I hope you're enjoying stream so far. I think I missed anything else. Oh, wait, did I read a Ko-Fi? Ko-Fi, because YouTube is a game. Thank you, Shadilay, for the $9 reviews. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your A-Pack cut guide. I got Panera the other day because I love Panera. It's always been expensive, but it's relatively good quality, right? Especially for fast food. It's a little bit on the healthier side, once again, for fast food. And that kind of deal. And then I saw the total of it, and I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I don't get Panera that often. I think it's been a few months since I got it last. Yeah, maybe I should go to McDonald's instead if I'm getting $9 for my APUC fund. Yeah. Jesus. Ugh. He wants us to lose to Iran? Are you talking about Trump? Or, oh, probably Flynn does. See, I don't want us to lose Iran, okay? Like, if we're gonna get into a war, we should win it. And I do think America can win it if we stop pussyfooting. Like, if we actually did use our full force, without saying boots to the ground, because we don't need to send boots to the ground, right? Like, come on. We just glass them. Okay, maybe we can't glass them. That might cause some international controversy there, right? But there should be a way to handle this pretty swiftly if we actually tried. And I don't feel like we're actually trying. Like, maybe it's a dumb woman take, because war is not exactly my specialty here, right? Right? I just like to screech on the internet. But we should be able to win this. And it's just like, still going. Okay, well, yeah. Still going. Okay. Carry on, I guess. Go to Taco Bell and get a feast for $9? If I want to shit myself, then sure. When's the last time I got my Taco Bell? It's been ages since I got Taco Bell because I love the quesarito and they got it rid of off the menu. And now you have to like modify like their cheesy burrito different thing to turn into a quesarito. And I think that like it's so far away from where I live too because I live out in the middle of nowhere. I rarely ever eat out. I mostly eat at home. I only go when I'm like going, you know, running around in town and stuff like that. And if I'm gonna be eating out, I'd rather just spend the extra money on something that tastes better and not so much of a headache. Panera is a little bit much, I'll be honest. But I was in the mood for Panera and I was like, oh well fuck. In that case. Yeah. Amal, that's a very dumb woman take. What can you expect? I have a vagina. I'm sorry. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. I don't know anybody. I don't know any. Okay? Okay? I just like to make noises on the internet that gives me people attention and head pats, okay? I just want the little head pats and the affirmations as I talk about how much I hate the Jews and the Muslims and the blacks and the women and the gays, okay? Okay? It's not so hard. It's not so hard. Okay? That's all I want in life. That's all I want in life. Ooh ooh. Rar XD. Floyd moment. Yeah. Ah. Head pat. Well, thank you for the head pat set. I greatly appreciate it. I greatly appreciate it. Ah, okay. Well, speaking of being just the girl here, let's move on to our next react slapper. The 4 that we have on the book here. We can turn these into videos. That's not it. That's the Sinclair. Here we go. Pokimane here. Well, think before you sleep. I love Think Before You Sleep. He's great. Yeah, it's great. And I get to hate on women. It's amazing. My favorite pastime. One of my many favorite pastimes here. Ah! Well, I just burped up a bunch of salmon. That was delicious. Okay. A burp count 1. Ooh. May turn. Hopefully I don't burp continues. But that actually, that was a burp that actually brought back the acid up and hurt my throat. That was delicious. You're welcome, chat. It's for the description too. I know exactly what you needed. Oh, I should probably there we go. There we go. Okay. Now let's start the party.
Here's why I'm not married yet. I simply didn't feel as ever the right time or opportunity to get married in my early to mid 20s. It's kind of nice to see that people aren't rushing into marriage like they used to.
20.
Is that an AI voice? Is that her real voice? Because it doesn't sound exactly like AI, but has that really light, robotic vibe to it that it kind of reminds me of AI. And it's like your Pokemon. You can just use your real voice. I think it's her real voice, but it sounds very AI-ish, and that makes it arguably worse. Oh, she's 29 years old. Jesus Christ.
29, if you're wondering. I thought we would just start off with that, considering that her advice is to wait until you're 30 to consider marriage.
As a career-oriented woman, I don't want to settle for someone who's insecure about what I do or wants to control me.
Now, this clip does require a little bit of nuance. For those of you who don't know, this is a famous African-American female streamer named Pokimane, and if that wasn't enough of a cue as to why a partner of hers might be controlling, then look no further than her Instagram page, where she is constantly posting parasocial girlfriend bait to get followers. So I can imagine why a significant other of hers would have a problem with that. But welcome to modern Twitch, where the worst people you...
I mean, technically there are men out there that would be totally okay with her still doing that. They're far and few between, and I hope that's none of you, chat. If any of you are actually okay with your woman doing that kind of shit, please, please, please get some self-respect. But there technically are men that will be okay with it. Just might not be men that she'd be interested in, because any man that is okay with that is going to be like the betas, right? They're going to be weak, very feminine, not exactly the alpha male that she desires.
know are finally getting old. Cutie Cinderella is clocking in at 31. Then we have Valkyrie at 34.
I feel mentally stunted. Like, I don't feel 34.
You can see the wrinkles in her fucking cheeks when she widens her mouth. Holy fuck. And the eye bags on her. The makeup is not helping her. Actually might be making it worse. Oh, man. The wall is not treating this bitchy nicely either.
I'm a middle-aged woman.
Hassan better wife her up. And finally, as I said, We have Iman, who is about to turn 30.
I've always been someone who wanted kids, wanted to start a family.
You better hurry. Guys get like an extra 10 years to act like they're still in high school despite being well into adulthood. But because of biological limitations, once women hit maybe 22, they gotta get moving before their time runs out.
On top of that, there's such a pressure on women. I feel like we're constantly told and conditioned to think that our greatest value is bringing life into this world, which I find painful.
But it literally is. It literally is. Oh, this is a horrible time to pause, but I don't really care. Like, only one gender can have kids, and that's females. And you can only have one baby at a time of 6 months, every 9-month period. And technically, you should probably wait a few months after you give birth to heal and process. It is a nasty process, but you're biologically meant to do this, so you're not supposed to have too many complications as long as you're relatively healthy, right? That was a weird meow. In this case, so one man can impregnate 6 women, but one woman can only be impregnated by one man. It's a slow process, okay? To it, and so we only have and on top of that, because God hates us, because we're the ones that fed Adam the apple. We have a very short time period to be able to do this, from about 16 to about 30, 35. Once you hit 30, you get into geriatric pregnancy, technically. But you can kind of stretch things to 35. Yeah. There are women out there that have babies when they're 40, but those are far and few between. And once you hit the 35, you're and older, you're increasingly, and like you are rapidly increasing the risk for any issues when having that baby, or the baby itself having problems in this case. God has not been generous with us. So yes, literally, the one purpose women have in life is to have babies and be attractive and be holes. That's literally it. It's actually a pretty simple life. Literally, if you are a pretty woman on the internet, like in this case Pokimane, which she puts on a lot of makeup for, the lack of makeup is shown on the thumbnail, but she's still mid with that, right? And I guess maybe, but anyways, in this case, like, long as you're just a pretty woman on the internet, you can do like anything. You get tons of money, tons of support. Men are clamoring after you. And there's literally the whole graph of the whole hot to crazy scale, right? Where the hotter the woman is, the crazier she is. And so many men are more than willing to take the dive for a crazy woman just because she's pretty. Because that's what men all care about. They only care about attractiveness. I mean, yes, obviously, there's other qualities that men care about too, like how good of a cook you are, if you're actually willing to have kids, the more reasonable men in that case. But attractiveness is the main focus, and then everything else kind of comes second, because that's how biologically they're wired. And they'll take a mid just because, mid is still average, right? Being called mid is not an insult. Only women make it to be an insult, which is why men can actually use it as an insult. It's actually hilarious, the irony of that kind of stuff. But still being attractive and still being average is a good thing, being mid that way. It's not that hard. You live life on easy mode as a woman. It's insane. It's got that, and as Pokimane has clearly shown based off how much money she's been making throughout the years by just being a relatively attractive woman on the internet.
Painfully reductionist.
Clearly, she took her general education courses in college seriously. So now we have more of an insight on why she's in this predicament.
Perfection and power are overrated. I think you are very wise to choose happiness and love.
Uncle Iroh advice videos are looking pretty base these days when it comes to the behavior of Twitch streamers. So as for people like Iman who are following the golden path...
Oh! Looks like we got a raid by Lord Rexworth. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the raid. We are reacting to a Think Before You Sleep video about Pokimane hitting the wall. Then we get to laugh at women being dumb and hitting the wall. Knowing full well that I'm about to hit the wall in a few years myself. But it's okay, because I'm the one laughing at her. Because I have not hit the wall yet myself. And that's what matters. If mods, if you could shout them out, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you.
in their careers, or people who are wasting like a decade doing nothing in their parents' basement.
Hey,
Let me
that's
just say that
me.
these traditional milestones have been created for a reason, and the reason older people are pressuring you and saying that time is running out is because they know that you only have a finite amount of time to achieve certain things before you're locked out of them, and they know that life constantly gets harder and harder as you get older. But when people ignore traditional wisdom and they start running up against the time limit for achieving major life milestones, they'll start coping like this.
I bought an engagement ring for myself. Okay, but you guys told me to. The person that you are engaged to the most in your entire lifetime is your damn self. So why shouldn't I get this ring for my damn self?
That was
one, the most self-centered thing I think I've ever heard of. Okay, man, yeah, anyway, something along those lines. And two, is she pulling Anita Sarkeesian? Is she getting married to herself? For those who don't know, Anita Sarkeesian was this major feminist from back during Gamergate who had Feminist Frequency, where she talked about how women are being objectified in video games and how sexist it is. And then somehow, I should say somehow, because she was a paid talking head. She was a psyop, but she was sent to United Nations to speak at the UN with fucking Zoe Quinn about how harmful the internet and video games are to women. There. And recently, a couple years ago, she married herself because no man can actually be interested in her. I mean, she did technically have a boyfriend during the Feminist Frequency days, but I'm assuming her bitchiness killed the relationship. Also, he was kind of an asshole too, but birds of a feather flock together after all, right? In that case, there's something about these girl boss feminists they're so fun just to laugh at. Because they're so ridiculous. Yes, I'm gonna marry myself. The person you engage with the most is yourself, because what's the most important thing is yourself. Oh, come on, get over. Get literally over yourself, you arrogant fucking prick, and actually get a life.
Pokimane showing off her African-American roots. I'm surprised Beyonce didn't start playing in the background. But also, what a callback to Emma Watson announcing that she was self-partnered when she was about to turn 30.
I never believed the whole I'm happy single spiel, but I'm very happy. I call it being self-partnered.
What an internet classic. I'm glad to see that Pokimane is paying tribute by doing her own iteration of it for modern audiences.
This is me proposing to myself. Look at the gorgeous diamonds. You know when jewelry is so...
Yeah, that is a pretty ring. I bet that's expensive as fuck, but she's also rich as fuck, so she can pay for it. Also, Kitty, you're hitting my microphone. It's probably not exactly a pleasant experience. I don't want to kick you out because you're being cute. Come on, Kitty. I'm petting my pussy. Hold on. Stop. Hold on. Fine. Let's try to fix this. I think she's engaged and just wanted to keep it a secret so the simp became subbing. Well, apparently she's losing subs because she's hitting the wall and that kind of deal, but I mean, she's still obviously making money. There's also... Didn't she come out with a video about how she has a boyfriend, too? Ugh. Which is suicidal. That's like, if you're a female streamer, right? This goes across the board, right? Whether it's like flesh streamers like Pokimane or VTubers, right? And you come out with a boyfriend, it's just a good way just to tank your views and your subs and everything else like that. Like, it's just a good way to kill your career. You're gonna have some people that are going to be still loyal, obviously, but you're gonna like half that. You can probably rebound and get back up as long as you're still producing good content, but it's not. Yeah, there's a reason why most female streamers don't disclose if they have a boyfriend or not, or whatever the case is. You should always assume every single streamer, every single female streamer, if they claim they're single, just believe they have a boyfriend, okay? Even if they actually are genuinely single, just believe they have a boyfriend, because chances are they're probably lying to you. It's just the best way to go about these things. Because come on, think about it. Charismatic, funny woman that gets attention from different men. Unless she's actually, like, even the whole girl failure trope where she doesn't leave the basement and just drinks all day and doesn't take a shower for weeks, even has men that want to be with her. Now, granted, she has to go outside for them to be with her in general, but, like, still, like, you just always assume they have a boyfriend. Like, in that case, or is married, or whatever what it is. Just do that. And yes, that also includes me. Okay? Just to get it out there, I'm no exception there.
Pretty? You want to eat it? Is that just meat? Like, it's so delectable.
Am I the only person who thinks this ring looks ugly? It looks like that snake that eats its own tail. I don't know if that's some sort of metaphor or if it's the kind of jewelry that an evil stepmother from a Disney movie would wear, but I guess it's good that she likes it.
Will I be with me for the rest of my life? Well, yes, I've no choice. I'm gonna have the opportunity to gift my husband the sickest engagement ring for men that there ever was, and I cannot wait. You guys know how much I love gift giving, and just that idea makes me so happy.
I can think of nothing more emasculating than a woman proposing to a man. I'll never understand these women's impulse for turning their boyfriends into men that they will hate.
About a year or two ago, like a year and a half, something like that, I realized I had been attracting a lot of beta males. You know, I was like, I'm trying to cop a dude. All I got are like these bitches, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, what's my problem?
Maybe it's because you're looking for a guy who would let you propose to him. It's funny watching a person whose entire life history is filmed because you can see her preaching the modern values, followed by getting into various dramas because she's not actually attracted to the relationships that she claims are ideal.
I don't know if this is controversial, but I'm in New York right now, and I've noticed that the hottest men, the most attractive men, all happen to be gay.
More evidence that if you just follow the traditional rules, you wouldn't have these problems. However, I think these videos are a sign of a new phase of content creation for Iman, or a new creative outlet.
While I own my career...
Okay, the whole most attractive men are gay thing is a common trope with women. Because... Okay, well, let me explain this without making it sound like I'm attracted to gays too. But gay men usually take care of themselves, right? They groom, they work out, they have nice jawlines, that kind of stuff. Okay? So, like, lungs are not like the twinks, right? In that case. And so, yeah, they're usually relatively attractive, as long as not they're like the flamboyant. Then they speak and you hear that shrill voice that they put on. And it's a fake voice too. Like, it's just the way they signal to other gays that they're available to be fucked in the ass, literally. But at least on the outside, they're attractive. And as for any woman who's attracted to twinks, chances are she's on hormonal birth control, and that's just fucking up her brain chemistry and her hormones into thinking they're attractive because they're weak. And I am assuming she's on hormonal birth control because every woman's on hormonal birth control because, well, we gotta put them in Jew daycare after all and kill their fertility. So there's probably that aspect of it too, going on with Pokimane at least. Also, and a third point too. Opposites attract to a certain degree, and so men who like bitches and bossy women are going to be more submissive themselves because you can't have a dominant, aggressive man with a dominant, aggressive woman. It's just not compatible. It's like, you know, north and north poles working together like that. This does not work. Might be good for some sort of like hate sex situation thing, but not for an actual relationship. And frankly, you shouldn't be having casual sex like that anyway. So, and she is a bossy, bitchy, you know, girl boss woman. That's literally her whole thing. Well, I'm a career woman. I care about myself, blah, 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 blah. So, of course, she's going to be attracting the more beta males, as she says, because they're the only ones that are going to be interested in her, because no actual dominant man is want to deal with her bullcrap. They're going to want something cute and submissive instead.
Career to streaming, it was also the source of a lot of difficult moments and harassment that I don't experience on other platforms. And I can confirm it's been really healing to explore other creative outlets.
Now, a reasonable person might say that being a pretend parasocial girlfriend to tons of lonely men as you pirate old episodes of Avatar for your stream is not very creative, but you know, this is Twitch we're talking about here. I mean, technically, Amaranth is the most well put together streamer when it comes to life milestones because she's married. So the standards aren't that high here, but it seems like Iman is graduating to a new era in her career. She started out with her League of Legends N-word phase. If she wanted to speak like that, she should have picked Heroes of New Earth. Then she had her phase where she went after people's sponsors.
And I will say, for this company to sponsor a video that's literally 20 minutes of talking shit about me? If I ever see you in my inbox, on site. On fucking site.
Oh, yeah, I kind of remember this. This was from a few years ago. But this says 2020. Oh my god, I feel old. Oh. Oh, I am gonna hit the wall soon at this rate myself. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. Moving on.
After that, she had her entitled rich girl phase. A lot of people were offended by this tweet, but personally, I'm glad that she was being her true self here.
Like, if you're a broke boy, just say so.
Personally, I enjoy it when Catty Pokimane stupidly calls her followers broke beta males. However, now I think that we're entering my favorite era of Pokimane, which is her Eat, Pray, Love phase.
This year, I fully cut someone out of my life who used to be a close friend, but was lying to me, lying about me, in general causing me so much emotional turmoil that I needed a lot of therapy. But after I cut them off, I did not message them once.
You go, Pokey. Good for you for not messaging him. You earned that candle. Also,
There was also a phase where she tried to be a VTuber, and that was like 2 weeks that it lasted. After she was bitching about VTubers for a long time. I don't normally partake in VTuber drama and discourse and that kind of stuff. But still it's funny that she tried the whole VTuber thing and just died immediately.
So for the guys who haven't been forced to watch Eat, Pray, Love, it is quite possibly the most woman movie that's ever been created. Eat, Pray, Love is about a 40-year-old New York career girlie with no children who goes off to Italy and gets fat and then becomes wise by learning from India after she divorces her husband who is deeply in love with her because he's short, I'm guessing, or because she got married too young, which is what she said in the movie. Of course, they have to make sure they poison young women into thinking that being like 28 is too young to make a commitment. I mean, undateable men have their Manic Pixie Dream Girl movies, and undateable women have Eat, Pray, Love and Morning Glory Milking Farm for when the life advice from such movies turns them into a spinster.
Unfortunately, I have been groomed by a man twice my age and forced to read smut, which means I have read A Morning Glory Milking Farm. Yeah. The fun fact about Milking Farm. It's about 250 pages long-ish, a little bit less than that. And the word cock has been used every other page. Every other page is the word cock. Also, we use the balls too, and other glorious things been said during that. It's just the whole thing is just smut. The whole thing is just smut. Groomed, quote unquote. There are no fun facts about Milking Farm. Oh, there's many fun facts about it. Go over to Arch's channel, the Archcast, and go look up that. We've read 2 books so far, and we'll be reading a 3rd here soon about a goth girl with a wraith. So I'm curious to see how that goes.
I'm ridding myself of a lot of my people-pleasing tendencies, and I'm so proud of myself for that. I am wishing you a happy new year, and I'm rooting for us.
Well, I'm glad that you're figuring out shit that you should have learned when you're like 21.
Do you always talk in bumper sticker?
Pokimane has definitely seen this movie. She constantly speaks in platitudes that should be on Hallmark cards. By the way, just as a little side note, the woman who wrote the book Eat, Pray, Love was fucking batshit insane. On screen is a video about that. Let me just say that it makes sense that the advice given in that movie is horrendous feel-good bullshit that will actually harm your life if you follow it.
The woman who wrote Eat, Pray, Love planned to kill her girlfriend and wrote a new book about it. Well, I mean, apparently she's a lesbian, and, well, the lesbian statistics show how wonderful, loving they are. They totally don't have super high abuse statistics at all. So, you know, murder is not... A lesbian wouldn't murder her girlfriend. Why would she do that? They're the most wholesome chungus of all relationships, you know. And then obviously the gays, right? The male gays are the second best. They just love sharing their partners with others, as they constantly have to get new assholes because they have so much sex, so much anal sex, they have to wear diapers because they become incontinent. They're obviously the second best. And then the worst, absolutely abysmal ones, the heterosexuals, the heteros, the normatives. Ugh, disgusting! With their wholesome families that they can create and have stable relationships for the rest of their life and help advance society. Oh man, those are the worst. Oh, why would you ever want to become a heteronormative? Ugh. Ugh. I mean, chills just thinking about it. I might just have to take a break from this video just to throw up.
Now, as for the late bloomer part and learning teenager lessons when you're almost middle age, I guess that's fine. Better to learn late than never, but the part that I have an issue with is the part where she has to publicly congratulate herself, because it comes off as incredibly narcissistic. And what I mean by that is that this Eat, Pray, Love video is like when you go to a job interview and they say, tell us about one of your flaws, and you're like supposed to lie by taking a positive thing about you and frame it as a negative.
So tell me about a weakness of yours. The common tactic with this question is to write a strength, but word it as a weakness. Like, oh, I'm such a perfectionist with my work that I'll give up all of my spare time to make sure my shit gets done at the cost of me own family. Fuck 'em.
So Iman saying that one of her flaws is that she's such a people pleaser is like her saying, I'm sorry, you see, I'm missing a bunch of important life milestones and behaving like I'm 16 because I am just too much of a people pleaser. I'm just too much of a good person. I give too much to everyone else at my own expense. Pokimane makes videos like this a lot.
I mean, what do you expect? She's a woman on the internet, so by default, red flag, right? Because women thrive off attention. That's the going back to the whole woman's whole use as attractiveness, right? And having kids. Well, their attractiveness is what gets them attention. The whole point in life is to just get more attention. They constantly need reassurance. They constantly need care and love and various different things. So she's a woman on the internet. Red flag. She shows her face. Another red flag, because she's relying on her natural beauty and a shit ton of makeup to be able to get that. And granted that fades, so there's obviously a risk there. But there's already a level of narcissism there by showing your face because you're that confident, you look that good that you can rely on just your looks to get the attention, which is what most women do. And to be fair, most of the time that's actually successful because, you know, men like pretty women in that case. But still. And then you've had her however long streaming career she's had, like what, 10 plus years now? Roughly-ish? More or less, in this case. And now she's about to hit the wall. She's losing things because of that. She's losing subs and attention, which she thrives off of once again. After having 10 years of constant validation and money thrown at her by essentially simps, right? Because it's not like she's providing... Okay, I was going to be a bit harsh there. But, okay. She's technically providing entertainment in a way. Obviously, you could, Think Before You Sleep says the fake girlfriend experience, which is true, and that's where you can definitely use the argument of simps. But it technically is still entertainment, so I'll be a little bit nice in this case because I don't really like to use the word simps in general because it can be a bit too harsh to be in the situation. But with hers is nice. So after the 10 years of this stuff, yeah, of course she's a bit narcissistic. She's been coasting on her looks for 10 years now. And she's going to continue going. Oh, she's trying to continue that as much as possible.
However, for everyone else who's a late bloomer and not a narcissist, there's a bit of ancient wisdom that's been circling around the internet that people are calling retard maxing. People have figured out that all of the overthinking and introspection is not actually helping them become happy. And that's because most people let their own heads get in the way, which prevents them from achieving their goals. And so the internet has realized that it's actually better to act as if you're stupid, like Forrest Gump.
He's not bound by adult worries. Someone offers an opportunity, he takes it. No self-doubt, no overthinking, no paralysis, just do it. And every single time, it works out. Why? Not because he's lucky, because he's not standing in his own way.
Also note that a lot of the success that Forrest Gump experiences in that movie is due to him listening to the advice of people who are smarter than him.
What's your sole purpose in this army? To do whatever you tell me, drill sergeant. God damn it, Gump! You're a goddamn genius.
You can actually live a pretty good life if you just listen to the advice of old people who are competent or have the lifestyle that you want. Though, certainly, you don't want to end up attention-seeking and cringe like this when you get older.
Well, there's actually a problem with that when it comes to listening to old people and how you want to live life. Specifically in the case of women. I know, woman most affected woman right here. Also, Kitty, you're hitting my mic again and being cute. I'm sorry, but I'll kick you out if you keep doing this. I don't want to kick you out. Anyways, because beforehand, before 60 years ago with the baby boomers, the baby boomers had kids, but okay. I'm still gonna blame the baby boomers for this exactly because it is society that has put women into Jew daycare that stops this from happening. You used to be able to have your grandmother and your mother teach you how to sew, how to knit, how to cook properly. There apparently you used to be able to you would get lingerie from like baby showers and different things like that too. That way you can actually entertain and please your husband. You'll learn little tricks on how to raise kids and bits like that. You would get the hand-me-downs as well. Different things like that. It was passed down from generations. Old traditional knowledge. That's what it's like the whole fence scenario, right? Which is exactly what we as society has dealt with. And the whole, okay, there's a fence there, and then we tear down the fence because we're like, what's the point of the fence, right? Is that scenario? Like, the fence has always been there. And then we start questioning it. We tear down the fence, and then all of a sudden we get invaded. That's what we've had with women. Also, Kitty, very sorry. You're gonna have to be fucking kicked out. Chesterton's fence, yes. Sorry about that, chat. Just being so cute, but rubbing against the mic is not exactly pleasant for you guys. And in this case, but thanks to women being put in Jew daycare, they have stopped having kids, and they stopped teaching, because of that, they've stopped passing down this old sacred knowledge for it. And so now, a lot of women actually don't even know what to do when they get pregnant. They don't know how to raise kids at all. They can read books and different things, but a lot of the modern stuff is slop. And too much safetyism has been put in our culture in this way. You don't have the traditional knowledge anymore. And it's and a lot. This is once again a woman most effective thing, but technically it also applies to men. There's various skills like woodworking and how to fix plumbing or various little knickknacks around the house. A lot of modern men don't know how to do that either because they're living in apartments and they don't have to because that's the landlord's job to get that fixed and hire somebody out. And if you do have a house, well, you just hire somebody out once again because you don't have the time and you don't know how to do it. So, to be fair, a lot of men usually just try to Google and fix it and figure it out themselves because that's kind of how men are. But once again, it was supposed to be your father teaching you how to do this at a young age, not Google. It's just lost knowledge.
My first ever Birkin, and although I'd love to own one someday, I first wanted to buy one for a very special person in my life, my manager. I couldn't think of a more deserving person to have such a coveted bag, except maybe you, which is why I got a second one. I love gifting you guys because you've been just as kind and supportive of me as my friends and my team has been.
Right. Hopefully
What would a man do with a bag like that?
someday the poor multi-millionaire African-American streamer Pokimane will be able to afford her own $20,000 Hermes
What
Birkin
the
bag.
fuck? Hold. What How? 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 How does purse? How does a purse cost $25,000? How? And yeah, pre-owned too. Pre-owned. So what does this cost normally? Like 30,000? How does a purse cost, let's say, $30,000? I get it's leather, probably high quality leather. So I get like I don't know how the leather working works. This once again is another lost art like I was talking about there. But $30,000 for a purse! Why would you spend that much money for that piece of shit thing? That's just a piece of shit. I fucking hope that if it's $30,000, it lasts you 2 generations at the bare minimum. You get it, your daughter gets it, and then your granddaughter gets it, and it still is in great shape. That's for $30,000. I fucking hope it's like $30,000. You could put a down payment on a house for $30,000. There are so many things you could do with $30,000. I get inflation's a fucking bitch these days, and it's only getting worse. Thank you, COVID, and shutting down the government and everything else in between. But there is so much you can do with $30,000. I don't even actually. You know what? I don't even know what I would do with $30,000. Like, unironically, like, okay, pay off my debts. Put it in. I'm assuming some sort of stocks or something like that. That's what I probably do with it, frankly, because I know what I would do with it. $30,000 is so much fucking money. And you spend it on a bag, a purse. Just go off Amazon and buy one for like $20, and I get it's probably cheap. So maybe don't go to if you want a good quality one. Maybe don't actually go to Amazon. If you want it to last you a few years, or the case is, right? Let's say maybe 100. I don't know. I don't even use purses myself. I have one pocket for my phone and one pocket for my wallet and my key fob. That's it. Don't need anything else. It's pretty fucking simple. $30,000! Okay, sorry. We'll carry on. I'm still sitting here in disbelief. I can't. I just.
Bag.
If you're a broke boy, just say so.
I swear nothing will turn you into a misogynist faster than learning Hermes's business plan and how effective it is on women. It's
Why is a belt $4,500?
basically a luxury gotcha game store where the loot boxes are $5,000.
Why is another purse $10,000?
And when you pull ultra rare items, you still have to pay for them. But also imagine not being able to gift your manager something without publicizing it. And Pokimane publicizes how
She bought 2 of them! She bought one for her manager as a gift and one for her chat! That's $60,000 on 2 bags! So fucking glad that is not so much. Holy fucking. Oh, I can't chat. I'm too broke for this. I'm the broke boy. I'm the fucking broke boy. Holy fuck. I guess $60,000 on 2 fucking purses! That's a house pay. That's more than that. Oh. I can't. What do I do with $60,000? That is how much the average person makes in a year in America. Actually, I think it's only like 45 to 50,000. So that's on the higher end of the averages that she spent on 2 fucking purses that are gifts, by the way, to 2 random people.
Is it the Jews?
I can't.
Is it the Jews? I'm assuming it's always the Jews.
I can't even imagine if $60,000 appeared in my bank account tomorrow. I would be like, oh, this is illegal. This is like, who's trying to frame me here? Did the bank fuck up? Like, am I going to be arrested? Like, what's happening here? Like, I oh, 60,000. Okay, let me try to calm down. This is just purses. It's just purses that she spent $60,000 on. Purses. Okay, listen, she's rich, or maybe she's in immense credit card debt. But she's rich, right? Right? It's her money. She earned it fair and square by posting herself on the internet, just like I'm doing myself. Okay, you know what? Fine. You know what? Fine. You know what? Good for her. You can afford spending $60,000 on 2 fucking purses, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's just whatever. It's just rich people do what rich people want to do. After all, like, this is just how the world works. It's just how the world works. Hassan's no different. He's got like $5,000 fucking pair of glasses, right? It's how the world works. If rich people can spend their money frivolously on fucking purses or different things, and I'm just in my dad's basement. It's fine. Whew. Whew. Okay. Okay. Now let's try to continue on.
Generous she is, quite frequently. Honestly, these giveaways that she does look a lot like she's bribing people to watch her or be her friend. I don't get how she's like, maybe one day I can afford a Birkin for myself, when she also releases videos openly bragging about her gifting her friends purses that are into the thousands of dollars each. But probably the worst part of her showing her audience how great it is to let life milestones pass by for the sake of your career is that she does this whole girlfriend simulator bit to make money despite not having to because she's insanely rich. And the issue with that is that she can't really date anyone because she'll lose a ton of her following, which is why she has to make videos like this.
I have to introduce you to a recurring character in my life. This is Chris, also known as Sunkiss, also known as my neighbor.
Iman, nobody believes that this guy is in the video because he's your neighbor, unless he's gay or you have really terrible boundaries.
We met at one of those everybody in the building gets together kind of parties, and then there were board games for people in the building, so we got to know each other at board game nights. Chris cooks a lot, gyms a lot, and he sings. Chris, sing.
So he's your boyfriend. Like, he's in your kitchen, he's making food for you guys. You met, you went on a couple dates essentially. He has all these good qualities, going to the gym and apparently singing. Yeah, he's your boyfriend, I'm assuming. Also, I get she's an IRL streamer, so it's kind of harder to hide your life when doing that. But does she have to actually show her boyfriend cooking like this? I guess she's got to, like, up her, like, you know, change her content from time to time, because once again, IRL streamer and things like that, just to keep the retention rate. But, but is not show him then? Like, I don't get it.
Right. Come on, there is to say.
Damn, I'm pretty boring.
Okay, me too.
Right, your neighbor.
Oh my god! I don't know if TBYS is gonna show this. Okay, but I'm sorry. Look! I enhance. Oh, enhancing doesn't work. Oh shit. I'm fucking everything up. What are we at? 90%. Okay, whoopsie. Anyway, enhance. Look at how she looks at him. Now, she's probably a little bit ran through, right? But look at those eyes. Those are fuck me eyes. So if a girl looks at you like that guy, like she and with her little smile there, kind of hiding her face slightly with it, you know, just being like, ooh, whatsy. You know, those are eyes of, yeah, I want you to fuck me, please marry me. And even his smile looks like he's actually into her as well. That's damning. I mean, not Not like everything else wasn't damning evidence either, but just ooh, that look. If a girl looks like if a girl looks at you like this, she's into you. Okay, ask her out.
Right, your neighbor that you met at board game nights who is close in age and comes over to cook for you because we all know she can't. Your neighbor who goes to the gym with you to lift while you go off and do a bunch of exercises that are largely useless. She does shit like this a lot, so I imagine that she knows as much about working out as she does cooking. Anyway, nobody believed her story, and the simps became depressed because now it's finally over.
Dude, Pokey, like, I can sing better. I can cook better. I can do better. I can be better. I'm everything this guy can be. Just message me back, please.
That's right, Miskiff. It could have been you. Now, I'm not exactly sure why Iman has picked this method of revealing her boyfriend. She's rich enough to never have to work again, so if family was actually a priority, she would just take a break from the internet. So I don't know why she's doing all this. However, I do know that e-girls always have stalkers who are trying to expose every bit of their personal life. Maybe one of them found out and was trying to expose it, so she's like, okay, well, I'll just say he's a really good friend. That's why we shot this gym video together. But even though this looks suspicious as hell, she's still insistent on gaslighting people.
I posted a gym video with my neighbor.
I saw that. Was it actually your neighbor?
Yes.
Okay,
So
that's
okay,
what I thought.
we met at you know those building get-togethers where they're like, everybody
go
in
to
this
those?
building, come hang out, kind of parties. And then we got to know each other at board game nights for like people in the building, essentially, or like friends on the same floor, sort of thing. And then people on Twitter were like, imagine having to hide your partner because your community's gonna freak out. And then my whole community is like, oh my God, cute video. You know, I'm like, it just feels like two entirely different worlds.
Again, I'm not sure why she would show this guy in a room alone with her if they were not dating and if he's not gay. I guess the tier 3 subs who think she will date them if they give her enough money are really socially unaware, but then again, Miskiff and Emiru dated for multiple years and people didn't know, even though it's obvious they were dating if you watch content with them together. But to further make my point that Iman is lying to everyone, it's not just the Instagram
Come on. He is like an inch away. His hands are like an inch away from her pussy.
boyfriend-girlfriend videos that she has this guy participate in. It's also this.
Oh, and he sings a lot of songs in China / in Chinese.
Yep.
Wait, I've never heard you sing in Chinese.
Really?
Yeah.
我们今生注定是沧桑。
Now that we've established that he can sing in Chinese, allow me to show you this clip of her on a stream.
Wait, so what did you think of China? Because you also went. You went twice, right?
Freaking love it.
Yeah, but you got food poisoning the first time.
I'm in a very Chinese phase of my life right now. Like, I really, really love it.
What an incredibly weird phase to suddenly go through the minute you meet a Chinese guy. I mean, she certainly is spreading those communist beliefs.
Do you think someday we'll have a revolution like that in America? Right? It's getting there, right?
We already have one.
Another one.
What's going on?
The wealth disparity is getting bad.
The wage gap, I hate that shit.
No, wealth disparity.
Wealth disparity.
Wage gap is like between men and women. Men and women, we love each other.
Facts.
And we hate the rich. Anyways.
We hate the rich. Spend $60,000 on 2 fucking purses. Buys an engagement ring for herself. Buys other thousands of dollars of different purses and jewelry and stuff like that. Yes, we hate the rich. Okay, female Hassan. Jesus Christ. I know they're constantly called champagne socialists for good reason and different things like that. how do people actually watch these people and believe them? Like, is the delusion that strong? Is there that mental disconnect, the cognitive disconnect there, like that wide of a gulf to make that happen? I just don't fucking get it. Hassan's audience has the same problem, but at least he's got the accusation of botting on his side. Though I bet there's still at least a genuine part of his audience that, you know, a part of it that is actually genuine in his case too. But I don't get it. Like, Hassan recently went to Cuba last week or earlier this week. No, it was last week. Time's a concept. And he was staying at like a 5-star hotel while the whole entire country of Cuba had a power outage, but his 5-star hotel was able to get AC and lights. Perfectly fine. And he's sitting there live streaming, being like, "Oh yes, I'm kind of disgusted with it, but the U.S. has specific hotels that we have to stay in for different things. It's one of them. It's just one of those unfortunate." Sipping his tiny little cup of coffee there, his little espresso, in the air-conditioned, fully lighted 5-star hotel. Turns out that apparently that hotel actually was not on the specific list for people to stay at if they're going to Cuba. But we're gonna ignore that fact there. Like, how do these viewers actually like watch this? I guess somebody just mentioned in chat they're rich talking about wealth disparity. I'm glad that somebody at least kind of pointed it out there. But still, like I can understand where if you are, let's use the leftist language of privileged here. Like let's say, you know what? Let's use me as an example because I'm like the best. It's very yeah. I'm the best. I don't say I'm the best example here, but from my own experience, where I'm a vagina holder. Last time I checked, and I talk about men's issues a lot. Obviously, as a vagina holder, I am privileged. Oh, I have female privilege, obviously, and I get a lot of benefits because of it. And but I'm trying to use my privilege to talk about men's issues and the things that men had to deal with and the problems with dating and various things like that, right? Kind of like the white knights on the left that want to talk about the poor oppressed browns. Except I'm better than them because fuck the browns. In that case, so you can be rich and talk about how the poor have problems and try to advocate for them. But I would hope that if you're rich, how you do that is also donating. Well, I say donating to charity, but frankly, I don't trust charities. I've seen so many charity scams throughout the years that I don't really believe any of them, right? But at least like the thought is there, right? Donating to charity, helping out your local community, something along those lines. If you actually truly care about the poor and the issues that they face in some way, shape, or form like that. So, I'm not saying it's impossible for someone in her position to be able to do that. But when she's sitting there on this little riverside boat tour that she's doing and streaming, and she's talking about how much they hate the rich, you hate yourself, which I mean, as a self-hating woman, I guess I kind of get that aspect too. But it's not exactly the flex that you think it is when you're talking about hating the rich like that. Like, you. And buying $60,000 purses. Well, two $30,000 ones that make $60,000. Spending $60,000 on purses, essentially. Yeah, not exactly how you hate the rich there.
Too much.
Aren't you the rich?
No! Like the ultra rich, the ultra giga rich.
What? Aren't you the rich? No, I'm talking about the ultra. This is Bernie Sanders. This is literally fucking Bernie Sanders here. When he was like super popular in 2016 before he got ousted by the DNC. And he's just like, yeah, the millionaires and the billionaires. We had to go after the millionaires and the billionaires here. And then after his successful campaign in 2016, even though he got ousted by the DNC, he's like, oh, we have to go after the billionaires. We have to go after the billionaires. Mir seriously drops the millionaires style from his campaign. And then he has the whole ad talking about, I once again ask for your support. That was a great meme, by the way. Oh, the audacity on this bitch. The audacity.
Clarify. They're gonna clip that and it's gonna make you look bad.
Oh.
You gotta say the billionaires.
The billionaires.
Because you are rich.
The Bezos.
Oh.
I don't know
The
what it is with
Bezos.
these people who are walking around with like a minimum of 8 figures in their pocket who feel the need to pretend that they're poor. More recently, Ludwig's girlfriend, Cutie Cinderella, and the biggest YouTuber, Mr. Beast, who I'm now fully convinced is AI, were LARPing as broke.
You said you keep less than $1 million for yourself despite being a paper billionaire. Why do you choose to operate that way?
It's funny talking about my personal finances because no one ever believes anything I say. So, I mean, they're like, you're a billionaire. I'm like, that's net worth. I have negative money right now. I'm borrowing money. That's how little money I have. Technically, everyone watching this video has more money than me in their bank account.
I mean, you are a millionaire.
I love that you think that.
You're not a millionaire.
No.
Savings, brokerage, all investments, all assets, you're not a millionaire.
No. I spend too much.
Oh, shut up. Even if you're not lying about your income, your long-term boyfriend Ludwig is insanely rich. He's so rich that he can lose millions of dollars on a failed business and brag about it.
Didn't your company get shut down and you lost like how much?
I lost more millions than you'll ever make.
Holy shit. Broke boy Hassan, another prominent Eat the Rich fanatic, was just caught in Cuba wearing like $5,000 of clothes. And if that doesn't...
That's what I was talking about earlier. Yeah. TBYS and I are on the same wavelength there. Oh, Jesus. Like, there is sort of, kind of, an argument when it comes to the paper money here, right? Because most millionaires and billionaires don't actually have the hard cash in their bank account. A lot of it is assets and houses, cars, though cars are depreciating, but still. Or stock investments, hedge funds, different things like that. Where, of course, if they sold them, they can get the hard cash. But it's not actually specifically in their bank account willing to be spent right there, right now type of deal. So there technically is sort of ishy kind of an argument there. But in the case of that one girl who was dating Ludwig, I don't know who she is. Cutie Cinderella, I think. I don't care about these Twitch thoughts. Like, you can tell she's driving a very nice car. You can tell she's got really nice clothes on. Whoever her friend was clearly calling her out. You clearly have at least a decent amount of cash within your bank account. You probably are actually a millionaire, and you're just lying because you're aware it makes you look bad on stream.
Convince you that these people are all insanely rich, then look no further than their retarded luxury beliefs.
I traveled a lot to Paris, and I noticed it's because I just get along so well with the people there. In Paris, there are a lot of Middle Eastern, North African, and Arab people. My people.
Yeah, I just love all the Nigerian migrant scammers that have swarmed Paris with illegal markets. Gee, it must be awesome as a rich person who can...
I thought she was Asian. Like, I know he called her African American in the beginning of the video, but that was a joke. I thought she's just some sort of Asian. Or is that like part of the whole makeup thing that she does to make herself look Asian for the Sims once again? Because, yeah, I guess I'll just call them Sims at this point. I mean, come on, when she does all this stupid fucking shit and you still give her money, you're a simp. I'm sorry, but it's just the truth. North African, I think? Morocco? Oh, he did bring that up early in the video. Okay, yep, that makes sense. She does not look Moroccan. I will give her that credit. That's not what I was expecting there. Also, I'm pretty sure she actually wouldn't like her people. Any way, shape, or form. They would rape her on the spot, actually.
afford to live outside of poor, crime-ridden communities, to talk about how great mass third-world immigration is. I mean, Morocco is so great that Pokemon's parents fled to Canada when she was young so she wouldn't have to grow up there. As for the boyfriend stuff, I don't know. I just feel like if I'm doing couples shopping videos and my girlfriend is too embarrassed to say that she's in a relationship with me, despite showing me publicly numerous times, then I would be pretty pissed about that. So, hey, Iman, if this TikTok you made is talking about a real relationship where some guy didn't propose to you after 2 years, then the way you treat men might be the reason why a guy that you want won't marry you. And also, vague posting about your past relationships like this to publicly shame your ex is really just a trashy move. Even if nobody in public knows who you're talking about, everyone who knows you personally will. So I think her not being married, despite her saying that she wants to be, might have a lot more to do with that than it just never being the right time because of her career. Again, welcome to 30.
I feel like 10, 15 years ago, if you were a girl gaming online, people were actually so nice to you. Like, so nice. They treated you so well. They would, like, gift you free stuff, all this stuff. Do you guys remember? Sometimes I think about these days and I'm like, I'm not hallucinating that, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's because back then, women on the internet being interested in gaming and various things were very rare. Extremely rare in this case. And usually they were somewhat authentic, though obviously there's some bad apples there. Now, after one realized, like her, that she can get easy money by being a woman on the internet and playing video games, which is a male interest, and men like Pretty Woman, and so therefore you got video games and Pretty Woman in one package. There's a reason why all those little game conventions that used to exist back in the day, like I think was it called D4 or something like that? I got shut down a lot of time, but there's like the little hot babes that they would have at these gaming conventions. that they would help promote video games, and then Anise Sarkeesian came in and be like, ah, that's sexist there. Oh, we can't have that attractive woman in video games. Booth babes, yes, spoof babes, and also E3. There's another one called G something that got shut down a few years ago officially. They tried to actually it died and then it came back, and then they had some sort of like feminist blue-haired screaming banshee, and then they shut down again. I'm pretty sure Think Before You Sleep actually made a video about it. That's how I heard about it actually. G4 was the show? Ah. Okay. Now there we go. So I guess the short of the show. In that case. So yeah. Like hot women in video games. How much more? How like what more can a guy ask for, okay? I mean come on there. And women found that's easy money. And that's literally the majority of the female streamers out there. Like, you just find a random woman playing video games online. There's actually so many of them, it's completely oversaturated. And that just fails.
That happens when you base your career on your looks and you start getting older. People pay less attention to you and give you less money to be their parasocial girlfriend. Though, I will say, just to be fair, just as much as there is girl cope for missing milestones or for acting like a loser, there's also guy cope for it.
I've seen a few videos talking about the chosen ones are unemployed right now because our level of consciousness simply won't allow us to choose a job that is not something that we actually prefer. We're only going to choose something that we actually prefer to do. And I would agree with this because I haven't had a job in about 3 years.
Right, this is exactly what someone who is unhireable would say. Good, the comments are roasting him. My faith in humanity has been slightly restored. Unemployed people who are chosen for success don't make retarded Instagram videos. They work on themselves for 8 to 12 hours a day for free until someone is willing to pay them for what they do. But if you are behind, or you're in like your late 20s and not much has happened, understand that most people kind of slack off after they get what they want. So if you feel behind, note that you can catch up, and the way that you do that is by simply Googling and researching faster ways to do what you want to do, so you can make up for the time that you wasted by being able to do things like 5 times faster than most people. Then you can take what you've already learned from old skills and apply it to new ones.
It is important.
Two things. One, that's another reason why I like Think Before You Sleep. He always has in his videos some life advice on how to improve it. It's always been the case throughout all the years that I've watched him. That hasn't changed one bit, though. I will say there usually was a bigger segment in it, but I guess it's a little bit in the shorter video of only being 20 minutes here on these different things. But that's another reason why I like Think Before You Sleep. The second thing is not to defend that chosen one guy. Once again, I feel like I've been running defense a little bit recently, and I don't mean to run defense. I'm just trying to give like an alternate perspective here. Because what he's saying is a little bit insane. But the job market is absolutely abysmal. I know 2 people personally that have been out of a job for over a year now, and it's not like they don't have the credentials. They both have degrees. And one case, one has been in the workforce for decades and has worked herself up to very high levels. And there's different factors at play too, but it's almost impossible to get a job. The other person, not as much credentials behind his back, but at the same time, like, you know, he's been in the workforce before, he's done his best, right? And he just got laid off from his job because they shipped his stuff overseas, and just struggling just to find a job in general and various things like that. There's, you know, 2 different people from two different backgrounds and degrees, 1 man, 1 woman, both still struggling to find a job for like over a year within their respective fields and everything like that. And so there is, and plus with the H1Bs flooding in, AI, the Q daycare that women are placed in, there are various things at play that have definitely made things harder. Oh, there's also the fact that a vast I forget what the statistic is exactly, but there's a good chunk of jobs are just fake jobs because the HR ladies have to justify their own jobs, and so they just put fake job listings there just because, and in that case, and yeah, that's just how it is. So I can understand the struggles and plight of those that can't actually get a job in the more recent years, because it definitely has gotten pretty bad. At least within their respective fields. I'm sure there's probably a way to get a job if you go like maybe construction or some other like high physical demand and high turnover job, they can maybe that way. But as a vagina holder, once again, I'm not gonna do that personally myself because I'm not gonna go into construction because that's not my field. So I don't know how that exactly works in that case.
To draw wisdom from many different places. If we take it from only one place, it becomes rigid and stale. Understanding others, the other elements, and the other nations will help you become whole.
Like I said with the Forrest Gump stuff, there's a real value in being teachable, or in sports, they say people are coachable or not coachable. The best players are the ones who listen to the people who are better than them. You'll be way further ahead if you just stick to what traditionally works, and if you listen to people who have more life experience than you, instead of trying to find a 100% unique and creative answer to everything. There's a time and a place to be creative, and it's not all of the time. Typically, it's best to learn all the rules first before you try to create new ones. Anyway, thanks for watching, follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you in the next video.
Oh, I didn't mean to click that video. Whoops.
Not only Here's why I'm not married yet.
I don't want to hear this whore's voice anymore. Anyways, I was also going to add there, not only can you listen to other people, older people, and their life experience too, and like within the field that you're interested in or whatever the case is, but you can also learn from other people and their mistakes. Excuse me. Okay, I didn't have much salmon in this burp, that's good. But you can learn from other people's mistakes. I know it's like a very typical phrase, but it's very true. This is the same thing applies. Like, for example, and not like I'm exactly doing a good job at this, but I did my best. My sister is significantly older than me. She is literally a spinster and a cat lady, and I love her dearly. She's basically my mother figure. She's done very positive things in my life, and I'm very grateful for her. But she's also a TERF, which is trans exclusionary radical feminist. And the radical feminist part is the most important part here, because a while ago we were talking, like about a year ago or so, something like that, and she was talking about, oh, you don't need to worry about finding a man. It's totally fine. You can just, freeze your eggs if you're concerned about that. Just take your time. Focus on streaming and your career and all that fun stuff. And just, don't have to rush to find anybody. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm not gonna take your advice. You are significantly older than me. Spinster, alone. I love you, sister. You're a great sister. Once again, you're basically my mother figure, and you helped me out significantly. But in this life advice, based off what you've demonstrated yourself, I don't think I'm going to, I'm not think I'm gonna listen to you here in particular. I think I'm gonna do the opposite. In fact, so, I'm good on that. Plus, watching the Sargon videos too. Like, I remember years ago he made a video over some feminist who made an article about how, she's like lonely at 40, or no, she was really, was it? I'm forgetting the different details. It was like some 40-year-old woman talking about how much of a girl boss feminist it was, and she's trying to settle down and she can't find a man because of it. And he was talking about how he hopes that future generations of women look at this and realize that it's all just one massive psyop and don't follow for that. And that's basically my goal myself. Like, try to avoid those mistakes. There. I try to tell my sister, like, no, freezing eggs doesn't work. Like, they're very rarely vital, and it still has lots of complications. And she's like, no, but I know all these, and there's been women that had done it and has been successful before, and I'm like, they're so far and few between. And I don't want to have fucking kids when I'm 40. I want to have kids now. Yeah. Crab bucket? Yeah, I don't think it's a crab bucket, because I think my sister is genuine, right? She's basically my mother figure. But once again, she's a TERF, right? Trans exclusionary radical feminist. And in her defense, she has been brainwashed. Like boomers have been brainwashed to be anti-Germany, let's say. In this case. She's been brainwashed because she from the 80s onwards about being a girl boss feminist and getting a career and all that fun stuff. Like, and my dad's like basically the same way too, but nowhere near extreme, right? They have been brought up with the belief that women are equal to men, and they should go to work, they should go to college, My dad was worried about me, getting like married too young possibly, back in the day because he, all the fun stuff and it's just like they all think that, they all believe in the whole myth that you should wait to get married, you should wait to have kids, the woman should have a career, all these different things like it, and it's just what's been propagandized for literally decades now, thanks to civil rights and thanks to second and third wave feminism, and it's all mistakes, and now we're reaping the consequences of these mentalities and decisions. And I don't want any part of that. I want to change that because I'd rather go, well, way beyond that, because this version of feminism where women are equal to men and get careers and hold all this power is such a short term of history. These past 60 to 70 years are just such a blip in the grand scheme of things and makes no logical sense with any other period of human history, specifically in the Western world. It does not add up. And now, within a couple generations, it's all falling apart, and now we have people like Pokimane who are crying when they're 30 that they're losing money from their Sims and they can't get a boyfriend or get married, though she's clearly got a boyfriend and kind of married herself in this case, right? Like, but she's rich and she can kind of get away with this and she's popular on the internet. But there's so many just average women out there that are being signed up to do this, and it's actually quite sad because they don't know any better. There. Men working and women family making would solve so many issues. Yeah, like seriously, repeal the 19th, get women out of the workforce. Like, getting women out of the workforce would help significantly because wages would like triple or quadruple at that point. Because when you put half the population within the workforce, right? When you double the population of the workforce, then obviously the wages are going to significantly decrease and deflate. When you double the workforce significantly like that all of a sudden, which is what happened there. And then if you look at all trends across different countries and different cultures, it all ties in with women getting the ability to go to work and with normal, daycare jobs, right? I say daycare jobs, like the office jobs and various things like that, not actual daycare. All of a sudden, the fertility just drops significantly, just like that. Put women in the workforce, make them focus on careers, and they're gonna push back kids. Because why? Because they have to pay their bills, they have to pay rent. The housing costs would decrease significantly, and rent costs as well. Because once again, you double the population that now needs to get a home or get an apartment. And so the demand increases as well, because back in the day, women would just be shipped from their family to the husband, and they wouldn't have to get their own place. Well, now they have to get their own place, and they live alone for a while before they get married and get a house. Well, not enough women are marrying and getting a house, and so therefore you're still left with double the population needing more housing in this case. Like, it's just simple math. It's simple supply and demand for how these different things work. You get women out of the workforce, and everything, wages increase and everything else is decreased. It's going to be paradise. And just, no. It's impossible because they don't actually want you to be happy. They want you to own nothing and be happy that way instead. They literally are trying to replace us with Browns instead because that's much more beneficial for them because they're an easier slave workforce. Which is why they allow the whole women's rights thing happen, as well as the mass immigration of all those brown hordes from the third world. It's done by design. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's literally reality. And we just have to face it. Unfortunately, we're on the decline. We are born on the decline. The positive is that as civilization declines, eventually it will rise again, and hopefully we can be part of the people and the crew that can actually be able to fix it and head for the ascendancy. Or at least help build a future so our kids and grandkids can have the ascendancy. Because if we give up, then it's just literally Joe over. Like, if we don't have kids, right? If we give up and we just stay in our parents' basements and not do anything like that, then it's literally Joe over. There's no future. It's just going to be brown hordes for the rest of the future. And yeah, we might be dead and not have to deal with the consequences. But we are, by not doing anything, by being inactive and not trying to solve the problem, you have actively killed your own civilization. And that in itself is the most black-pilling, doomerous fucking bullshit I think I could ever think of. And I'm pretty black-pilling overall. So... you just can't give up. You gotta focus on yourself, go to the gym, eat healthy, talk to your parents, go to your local church if you're religious, and try to do something that way. That was my think before your sleep, life advice ending there. Well, let me catch up with super chats. I know I got behind on them again. Thank you, Clarky, for the $6 dues. Thank you. Even you, Amal. Even you. You mean the stink bug was your boyfriend all along? Unsubs. Yes, I'm sorry, chat. I've had a boyfriend this entire time. It was a stink bug that likes to crawl on my microphone and jump scare me because it wants me to eat the bugs. It's like Klaus Schwab himself wants me to eat Z-bugs, and that way he can be my boyfriend. Sorry, chat. Sorry. Thank you, Clarky, for the $6 reduce. Thank you. Every Poke clip ever. No 14-year-old Twitch streamer. Please don't look at my ass as I stand up and bend over. See, I'm trying to hide my ass from you as I stand up and bend over and tie yoga pants. Teehee. I decided to buy you a $500,000 diamond ring, chat, and gift it to me because that's what you would have done, right? Right? Now my Chinese neighbor, you must eat the rich. Pokemon spreads legs. Should I memify this for Poke's remaining community members? I think Poke's remaining community members are okay. If they lasted this long, there's no hope for them. But yeah, that's basically the average Twitch thought, right? Like, I don't give a shit about Pokemon. I don't care about QT Cinderella or Valkyrie, any of these people, because they're IRL Twitch thoughts, right? Like, whatever. However, I do like laughing at them as they hit the wall and be the girl bosses and realize the consequences of their actions. Knowing full well I'm gonna hit the wall in a few years myself, but it's okay because it's not happened to me yet, so it's fine. And oh shit, thank you Daimal for the raid over on Rumble. Thank you. Mods, if you could shout him out, that'd be greatly appreciated. I'm sorry for missing it. I hope you had a good stream and thank you for the raid. Being raised capital A atheist, I think it's hard to find God, at least honestly find him. Losing your kids and having nothing after life changes you. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier when we were going over like the shoe video react and talking about like religion and stuff like that, my biggest problem is actually like believing in God specifically himself. The Christian God. I definitely am, since I'm culturally Christian, I benefit from it significantly, and I definitely have a bias towards it. But God himself, it's a little bit more questionable. A little bit more questionable here. For me personally. Like Pokemon especially is bad because she's an actual deviant, border on sex pest. Really? I don't fucking watch her. I barely see the clips. She's just a woman. Like, she's just another e-thought, okay? Oh, every single woman online is an e-thought. Flesh or pixel, okay? And she's a woman online. She's asking for attention. She's a thought. That simple. Okay? I say the flesh ones are the worst because they're actively using their body and their prettiness, so their fleeting attraction. Just like Pokemon is before they hit the wall, just to get that bag. But both are doing that. Yes, that includes me. I'm an e-thought. But you know what? Hey. Rubber Band Jingle Physics, thank you for the $2 reduce. Thank you. Fun fact about that bag, you need to be a repeat customer and do favors and have connections to actually get one. As it has a tight and controlled waitlist. # alien isolation. 1. Rubber Band Jingle Physics. How do you know this? And 2. Really? I mean, she's Pokemon, so I'm assuming she's probably able to have the money and influence to probably be able to skip the waitlist. But then again, if you have $30,000 to spend on a bag like that, you probably don't even need to bother with skipping the waitlist like that. Like, well, you're probably gonna have to petition. I don't know. But then the one that Think Before You Sleep showed in the video was a used version, pre-owned. So maybe she actually did buy the pre-owned because it's still $25,000 in that case. I say $30,000 because I'm adding some money to it. If it actually was a genuine version of it, but I'm probably lowballing even in that case, actually. I don't know fucking how much purses are. I have one purse I bought from Amazon like 10 years ago, and I barely use it. I hate purses. This probably was like 20 bucks. Ugh. Let's see. Anything else? Oh, Fowler the second. Thank you for the 100 rope tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my dude. Greatly appreciate it. Especially since it is on Kick. Kick always gets a little bit of special treatment. Actually, yeah. Kick does good. Ah. Now, I doubt she bought it used. Hermes is probably happy to sell it to her. She'll show off in a video. Me, possibly. But once again, if you have that much money to spend on a bag, well, we probably have competition with people who are making that much money too. Also, I really have to fucking pee, so I'll be back in just a second. Try to hold it off to the end of stream, but yeah. Anyway, apparently that's not happening, so I'll be back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'm a quick pisser. I just banged my fingers against the door as I was trying to shut it. Like, literally fucking pressed the door against the frame with my fingers still in it. It hurts like a motherfucker. Anyway, hello chat, welcome back. I'm dying right now. Like, I was even waiting like an extra 30 seconds for the pain to subside, and it's just... I mean, I'll be fine. It didn't break anything, but it's... Whew, that was not what I was expecting there. Oh my god. Because normally I shut the door. But since my dad's not home, and the animals have been a little bit more needy recently, I just left the door cracked open slightly so they can come and go. And I went to shut it, and my finger just kind of got stuck there. Yeah. Yeah, mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. It's fine. It's fine. Did you hear a crunch? No. I did not hear a crunch, thankfully. Like I said, it's not that bad. It didn't break anything. It just... It was unexpected and very painful because I wasn't planning on using my finger as a door stopper. Ugh. Ugh. Anyways. Wash your hands. I did wash my hands. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm a quick pisser, okay? Like, I know you clearly want to hear about my toilet activities, so therefore I'm going to tell you about them because that's clearly what you're here for, right? But when I was in high school, I fucking hated waking up in the morning, and I love sleeping. And that's true. I still actually like sleeping a lot. And so I learned how to time how long it takes me to get dressed, to brush my teeth, to pee, everything else like that. And I also learned how to maximize to quicken these processes by doing some things by the same time. Like, there's a period there where I would pee and brush my teeth at the same time. I know this sounds very unhygienic, but it was fine. And I still do this to this day, where I pee and I get dressed at the same time, right? I'm trying to do max efficiency so I can wake up as late as possible, so I can get the most amount of sleep without actually being late for school or for work. And that also includes learning how to just fucking pierce the toilet. Like, actually, basically Kegels, right? Just using the muscles in whatever part of that body that is. It's not the actual vagina, right? But, like, that area down there to be able to just... yeah. that way it comes out at max speed. And it's just a habit that I've kept this entire time. Well, how the pee, and even when, like, I still do those exact same things when I get up to do anything. Like, when I went on vacation, if we had to go anywhere, same thing, max efficiency. I know how long it takes me to do everything. So therefore, and I still dress I still dress myself when I pee. I still brush my teeth and do other things and let my dog out and feed him and do other things. Like, it's max efficiency so I can get the most amount of sleep. Hydro pump, yeah, exactly. Hydro pump the toilet bowl. True piss maxing. Actually, yeah. Are you piss maxing today, chat? Are you learning to do max efficiency of when you actually, let your stream flow? Bathel making toast, yeah, exactly. See, you're picking up what I'm putting down. That can't be healthy. I mean, probably not. I don't fucking know. I'm trying to think. Like, it probably would be fine because of the fact that, like, I'm still using my muscles, right? It's like Kegels, right? Where you, like, the woman takes her vagina muscles and squeezes in like that. And makes things tighter down there. It's basically the same thing. In fact, Kegels can actually... You have to do Kegels on an empty bladder because it does make you pee. Wait, have I been doing Kegels to piss? Wait, hold on. I think I've been doing Kegels to piss. Because that way the piss comes out faster. I never really thought about that before, actually. I'm like doing it right now. I'm just like, wait, this is the same thing that I do in the toilet. I just put more pressure down there to make it go faster when I piss. So surely it's actually healthy then if I'm actually doing Kegels to piss. Kegel maxing, yeah. Look how hard I can piss. Yeah, I'm flexing my piss maxing here. Oh god, is that gonna be another kink being added here? Or we're just gonna have a piss kink? I hope not. Listen, I'm not Indian, okay? I'm not Indian. I don't want to have a piss kink. I just like max efficiency. I like I said, I timed everything. How much I shower, the time I spend doing things in the shower, like my overall shower time, and then how much time I spent shampooing and conditioning and washing my body and my facial cream. that I put on for the for acne purposes. How long it takes to put my dog out, though that's a little bit more of a variable because of how much the dog sometimes likes to wander from time to time, right? Like I timed everything, and I still do that to this day, actually. You are the lady of the lake. Ease up if you see blood. I don't know how women work. I don't. I mean, I see blood, but it's a once-a-month basis. So it's if it's not in season, I know there's something wrong. But if it's in season, it just kind of all mixes together. Although you could weaken your bladder and have involuntary urination when you're older. Really? Hold on. Wait a second. Now I kind of want to look this up, actually. How do I even Google this question? Like, do I use the word Kegels? Or like, how to make? No, not how. Or Is it harmful to force pee out as a woman? Is that the right description for what I do? Okay, well, it's not like pushing it. It's not like... Hold on. Yes, habitually forcing or pushing urine out is harmful for women, as it can lead to various health problems, primarily by straining the pelvic floor muscles. A healthy bladder naturally contracts to expel urine while the pelvic floor is relaxed. Like, I have no problem peeing. I just purposely make myself pee faster. Consistent straining can confuse the brain-bladder coordination. This is Google AI here, leading to the inability to properly relax the pelvic floor muscles. This can result in hypertonic, too tense pelvic floor, which can cause pain and incomplete emptying of the bladder. But I don't have pain yet. I don't have complete, because like I'm pushing input. What? Or maybe I haven't done the damage yet. I mean, I've been doing this for years. A power peen is the correct term. I would just ask if Kegels weaken the pelvic floor as you age, but isn't that supposed to be the opposite? Kegels are supposed to make it better, so you can make that like the vagina grippy. Shuddering is kind of right. Isn't healthy doing all the time, though it's more the muscles. Since you're overstraining them regularly, it's like straining when going number 2. It will be bad. This looks like you might want to stop, but like, I don't get UTIs. I don't get hemorrhoids. I don't have, like... What? I just... I know another VTuber who's hydro pump. She should be warned. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only woman who does this. Because like I said, it's just a way to make you pee faster. Max efficiency. If it shaves off 5 extra seconds, that's 5 extra seconds I get to sleep. That's literally my mentality I had in high school. Pushing stronger than Kegels, though? Let me see. Can you use Kegels to pee faster? To pee as a woman, there we go. Let's go with that. Wait, I don't want to stop urine. I know you should not use Kegel exercises to stop your urine while peeing. Well, I'm not trying to stop it. Well, I guess maybe I'm not using Kegels to piss. I'm not on the toilet right now, so I'm trying to like replicate it. Oh. I'm trying to I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. But if she stops now, she'll never get that Guinness World Record for fastest pisser. I know, yeah. Exactly. You may not have problems yet. You will if you continue. Okay. But, like, I don't want to stop. I like that pissing. It's efficient. It's nice. it also terrifies people if they hear it because I sound like I'm piercing the toilet. It's hilarious. Kills are not pushing them all. Kills are holding the stream. Yeah, no, I'm a little bit tarded. Okay, I'm just like I said. I'm trying to feel what it's like sitting here on my chair, but like it's kind of hard since I'm not actually pissing on my chair. I finally caught a stream. This person says, I've never seen you before in chat, so I'm assuming you're a lurker, but you know what, hey. Oh, I don't want that. You know what, hey. I like my lurkers. I'm a lurker myself personally. But the poor man caught the stream when I'm talking about how I'm piercing the toilet with my piss for max efficiency. Clearly informational and exactly what he's here. Maybe not the stream you think of. Yes, exactly. Poor man. Maybe see a gyno and ass. See, that requires me seeing a doctor, and I don't like doctors, okay? I only go when I absolutely have to. Which is far and few between. I do not like doctors. I do not trust doctors. They are a waste of money. Same with insurance. If there's nothing wrong with me, if I'm not physically breaking down, I don't need to see a doctor. Yeah. That's just what it is. I should probably see a doctor for a few things, but I'm not dead yet, so I'm fine. I mean, then again, that mentality is how I got, a broken nose, a crooked nose. So that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. But that wasn't because of me specifically. I did ask my dad to go see a doctor when I broke my nose the first time. And then he just told me it's the family nose and just deal with it. And I'm like, no, it's literally fucking broken. I put the lightest pressure possible and I can feel it creaking and cracking. And he's like, no, it's just a family nose. And I'm like, no, Dad, like it literally looks like it's been moved a little bit and the light pressure, it hurts like a bitch. Going on for months. No, it's just a family nose. I'm like, okay, Dad, thank you. Thank you for that. But now that was for a broken nose, okay? That's actually something being broken. If my dad wouldn't let me see a doctor for, there's nothing physically broken about my vagina yet. So therefore it's fine. Therefore it's fine. That explains the nasally voice, yeah. When you break your nose 3 times, it causes problems, believe it or not. Like, it's just, it's great. 10 out of 10 recommend. If you didn't enjoy the first time, do the second, and then do the third. Well, I started using the green Twitch kick about a month ago, so that's why. No worries, my dude. Like I said, I do like lurkers. And Valid Bros quite a lot. So no worries. Plus, I definitely support more people going over on Kick. So wait, when did you ever see a doc about the nose? Never! I've never seen the doc about the nose, because I broke it the first time and the damage was done. The other 2 times were just there were love types compared to the first time. And, kind of made things a little bit worse. But once again, the damage is done. 3 times? Yes, 3 times. The first time, I, was a freshman in high school. And I was the only person in my class that went to this high school. Compared to everybody else. And I had no friends at the new high school, surprise, surprise. Right? I had a friend from middle school that went to the other high school. And they invited me to go to a Halloween house. And I said yes because, well, yeah, I wanted to hang out with friends. And there was a bunch of other people from my middle school that were there. And this one fat chick, she was morbidly obese the entire time that they were in school together. And there was no different in high school. Ran up to me, screaming, Amalgamyte, Amalgamyte, Amalgamyte. Mom, look, there's Amalgamyte. And then she turns around. It's like her hands were up in the air like she's gonna hug me. But she turns around last second to go scream at her mom that I'm there. And backhands me. And immediately it just pours out blood. just fucking gushing like a waterfall. Yeah. And then I had to go up to her mom that she was screaming to and get a bunch of tissues out of her car and stayed there for a good 10 minutes trying to stop the blood. Yeah, that was great. That was great. Strong fan. Yes. Oh shit, Trogan. Thank you for the full. Jesus Christ, dude. Thank you. Thank you for the $49.99. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying the fucking pissing, I guess. Since I missed a lot of the art stream, I might as well donate here. I'll be the sole one donating for a playthrough of Change, so one day it will come to fruition. Would suggest subjecting a friend to it as well. This is not the first time you super chatted. I'm gonna have to go back and look at your super chats, cause and then make a fun for it. I need to put some limits on the funds. We just added the Wind Waker fund, mostly because I had no self-control and I love Wind Waker. But I will go look at your other super chat and I'll look into the game a little bit more because it looks like supposedly tranny bullshit. And I will decide on how much the fund will be. Mods, if you can remind me after stream, that'd be greatly appreciated. So we can figure out a fund. I'm just gonna warn you in advance, this is a tranny fucking game. It's gonna be expensive, okay? I don't care if it's on the backlog right now because we have so many million games already. Tranny fucking game. Just saying. Yeah. Like your average lesbian couple moment. Yes, exactly. And then let's see. The second time I was living with my ex and he had a cat and I had my dog. And when you put the flea stuff on them, you have to keep them separated. Well, we kept the cat in the room, and we always left the room door open, and at night the lights were off. Well, because of how the lighting works within the house, the door being open and the door being closed when there's no light in the bedroom looks the exact same. And since I'm so used to the door being open, I just rammed my face straight into the door. Yeah. Yeah, that. Because I just forgot that the door was closed because the cat was in there. And it was dark out. And I just rammed my face straight into the door and just, once again, blood keeps gushing out. I didn't... I wasn't as bad as the first time, but it was definitely not great. It definitely wasn't great. There. So, yeah, that was cool. After the first time, I got it, like, whenever I put slight pressure on my nose, it would crack for quite a few months. I was in immense pain. And I could kind of do that, continue on with it. I was much rarer for it. After the second time, whenever I would lay down on my side, there would just be an immense amount of pressure that would build up and it would cause pain in my nose, and I had to like rub my nose to try to fix it. That doesn't happen as much anymore as it used to, but it just happened every once in a blue moon. So I swear, officer, I just ran into the door. Yeah, I could have been like, yeah, he's abusive and he hits me. Any concussions, Kick? No, not any concussions yet. No concussions yet. A matter of time based off my thing. And then the third time, I got slapped in the face again. But it was a really light slap and it was an accident. It was nowhere near as bad as the backhand from the girl in high school. So it was a light tap, but you know, after breaking your nose 2 times, it also made my nose bleed a little bit and caused pain. But it was definitely by far the best one. Honestly, it's probably karma, because before I broke my nose the first time when I was in 8th grade, so like a year beforehand, this is probably karma. I was walking down the hallway. Walking backwards down the hallway, talking to somebody at the edge of the doorway. And then my 8th grade teacher, who was also walking backwards, talking to somebody at the edge of a doorway on the opposite side of the hallway, And we both turned around at the same time. I don't know how we managed to coordinate this. But God decided, yes, let's do this. But we both turned around at the same time. And my forehead slammed into her nose. Because once again, 5'1", short. And my my forehead slammed into her nose. And then she went down. Went bloody nose as well. And the woman who she was talking to was the gym teacher and also the medic of the school. Ran up to her and, you know, I tried to help her. And I was apologizing profusely. I felt so bad. I was also laughing a bit because of the ridiculous of it all. But, like, still, it was pretty insane. I don't know how we both were walking backwards, talking to people on the other end of the hallway, and we both turned around at the same time. I don't know how the fuck we were able to coordinate that. It's like God decided, yes, you will break your teacher's nose. I mean, I don't know if it actually was broken, but, you know, still forehead slammed, and yeah. And then literally a year later, I got my nose legitimately broken, and then 2 more times after that. So clearly God said, you know what? Crooked nose for you. You're gonna lose at least 2 points in attractiveness just because of it. Yeah. So your Jew nose has been compressed? Then no! My Jew nose is probably the cause of the problem here, because it fucking sticks out like a beak. So if anything, it now it's just crooked. It literally just goes off to the side. Like, I'm sitting here, I can take my finger at the bridge of my nose, and I can pull it slowly down, and halfway, it just starts diverting. And so by the time I'm actually done making a straight line, the tip of my nose is on the other side of my face. So like my dick. Okay then, whoops. Well then, Shudderator, I'm sorry for your loss then. Roman nose? I don't know what Roman nose I have, okay? I hope I don't have a Jew nose, but I have to admit, this family knows that my dad says that's the reason why it wasn't actually broken does make me worried. I do have a little bit of the Juden in me. I really hope that's not the case. Imagine, chat. Imagine. Like, if I actually am Jewish, after everything I fucking talk about, I would probably actually just kill myself. Like, oh, I'm part of the tribe. I am the reason why the world is burning here. And I didn't even know it. I might as well just end it all and stop the lineage from being passed down. Very Jewish thing to do, not gonna lie. Exactly! Exactly, right? Like, I shouldn't have any credibility because I'm a woman on the internet. And I'm really fucking retarded. But any credibility, any modicum of credibility I have would just be gone in an instant like that. I would lose my fucking mind. Like... She's gonna kiss the water finding she's 55% toucan, LMAO. To be fair, I've always said if you can't beat them, join them. So... yeah, listen, but I always figured I would marry into it, like marry a rich Jewish man. Because unfortunately I do find some of them attractive. It's terminal, okay? It's just terminal here. And that way, but I never thought I would actually already be part of it. But I'm also too scared to actually do a test, like an actual genetic test on it, because I don't trust them. Like, I know they already have all my information, right? I had the facial recognition on the phone and everything like that, and the government has everything on me already, but they also don't need my genetic material on top of it. Too, like, that's just a bit too far, and so I'm just not gonna do it, even though I am very curious to see what my mixture is to get that 1% African in there. But still. Your $7,000 check from Nanny Holly was in the mail, and I'll get about $5 of it when it arrives. I'm already a woman. Can you imagine if I were a Jew? Kirby Aeroid Flames starts playing. Oi, V-chat, you're being awfully anti-Semitic here, okay? I'm just trying to bring to you the good word of Yahweh. Didn't you know that the state of Israel was promised to me 3,000 years ago? Okay? We need to bring in the end times and bomb Iran further. I always pet the Jew. I appreciate it. With a 0.001% chance of error. Yeah, like there is they admitted years ago that they purposely started adding like a percentage of African and Jewish ancestry into these tests for everybody just to fuck with anti-Semites and racists. So they can be like, oh fuck, I'm actually, 1% black or whatever the case is. Like, they purposely admitted that years ago just to stop the racists and anti-Semites. So, if I see somebody has, like, 0.5% Jewish or 0.5% black or whatever the case is, I just ignore and dismiss. Because, like, it's probably one of those things. Because who cares? So is it canon that the nose for this bit is actually your nose after you broke the broken nose story? Well, duh. I told you I'm part of the tribe. Ye of little faith, clearly. Isn't it obvious? Isn't it obvious with how big my schnoz is? Actually, the only thing that needs to be changed from this toggle is the fact that it's straight. Actually, is it even straight? Hold on, let me look. Let me stop being a lazy gamer. Sorry, kitty. I need to move you again. No, it looks pretty. No, well, it's kind of crooked. It's relatively straight. It's straighter than my actual nose. So, I guess that's something. So that's why I have 2% Nigerian, otherwise Nordic lineage. That explains so much. Thank you for the info now that I'm purified. Yeah, it's actually kind of distressing and upsetting that they did that, but you gotta stop the chuds after all. Like, we can't let the chuds run rampant, or else God knows what they'll do to the greatest state of Israel. I had a bit of Syrian in my results, so that checks given them otherwise per Anglo, yeah. But basically some sort of that mix of it. So I would just dismiss anything like that. Not saying it's completely impossible. Like, I'm sure there's probably someone out there that actually has the whole, like, 0.1% black or Jewish in them. After all, I'm sure that probably does exist someone out there. But for everyone, because everyone has that, a little bit sussy-wussy, just to say the least. Just ignore, okay? Yeah. Then Jewish boys do have them titties, so it's not all downsides, I suppose. Well, then I have good news for you. These bazonkas are relatively accurate. So, you get the crooked Jew nose as well as... Yeah. At the same time. There we go. I gotta zoom out a little bit so you can get the full glorious picture at the same time, right? You get the beautiful combination of anime titties and the massive crooked schnoz. Literally IRL, same thing. Khazarian Milkers Maxine. You can pick a lock with that nose. Thank you. Not a LrdTuber, by the way. I'm not a LrdTuber. I just like to make lewd jokes from time to time. Just like I make Jew jokes and black jokes and woman jokes. So you can maybe argue those aren't jokes, but we don't talk about that part. Yeah. See, my schnoz is so big I can lick it. I can taste the snot. It's awfully salty today. Delicious. A little bit on the runny side. Probably the allergies coming out. It is getting into the spring. Delicious. If I'm not getting Abigail Shapiro levels, I don't want it. That's a big damn ass. That's true. I'm sorry. I can't give you Abigail Shapiro's titties. You get what you get and you don't throw a fit, okay? Okay? Just suck it. Or snuck my schnoz. Literally snuck my schnoz is big enough for it. Do you think my schnoz is big enough that I can stick it in a girl's vag? I'm asking the real questions now. Like, could it actually work for penetration purposes? I kind of want to know. I kind of want to know. You'll break it again. God damn it. How tight is that pussy then? Or hard, I guess? Is she wet? Or are we doing African style where we put the sand in there for extra friction and we use the blood as lube instead? The blood and the snot can be the lube. That's a beautiful idea. Thank you, chat. I know. There we go. Okay, I know what I'm doing after stream. I'm gonna dick a girl down with my schnoz. Oh my god. But then again, I have to be careful because, like, what if her pussy smells like fish? Like rotten fish? Like Afro Man's Fish Market. Ooh, well, I guess I should probably stay away from the black woman. I'm gonna get, like, HIV from them anyways, right? Plus, white women are disgusting. But, like, when it comes to... I gotta make sure that bitch is clean. Okay, okay, maybe I can't do it tonight. I gotta vet, right? I gotta be, like, Bonnie Blue and vet some girls first before I try this. And on that note, I'll see Maul and you guys later. Well, good night. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you're enjoying this very informational stream. Too bad Grotsky isn't here. You love this? Well, Grotsky is Indian, so he'd probably be jealous that he doesn't have the snuz that can get a girl down. I can't even touch my nose with my tongue and I'm Jewish. I'm sure you aren't one of us, lol. And then... it's a bit of a struggle. I learned I grew as a person. Oh damn, we now have a token Jew now. Okay, okay. Random guy in the Jewish guy in chat, join the Discord server so I can give you the token Jew rule in Discord. I'm collecting tokens of minorities as infinity stones to increase my power level. I have a couple token blacks. I have a token woman. I now have you, my token Jew. I will force you into my own concentration camp, okay? You will be part of my Discord server, and I will gas you into submission. And then, let's see, if we don't have any token trainees yet, which I'm sorely disappointed, then again, they might join the 41% at that point, and that'd be sad, because then I lose my token. We have a token femboy. We actually have a couple token femboys, so they're like half trannies? Or half trannies there, yeah. We used to have an Indian, but they don't really last long. Yeah, we don't talk about the Indian shelf life. Let's see here. What other tokens do we have? Do we have any gay? Yeah, we have some gays. We definitely have some gays. That's basically what femboys are. So, well, close enough. Close enough. I need more tokens. I need more infinity stones. I need to increase my power level so I can Thanos stamp all of them for the end time. Because that's what God told me to do. That's what Yahweh told me to do. We will bring about the Armageddon. Yes. I believe in it. I believe. A few Hispanics? Oh, yeah. I forgot about Hispanics. I tried to forget about the Hispanics, actually. Do you have a straight white man? Well, of course not. Do you think a far-right VTuber server has any straight men? They're all gonna be browns and femboys and Nazis. Like, there's no straight white men. They don't fucking exist. And if they did exist, they should be beaten to death with a dildo so they turn gay. It's illegal to be a straight white man in the modern age. I'll be the token Chris Brown complexion. You're brown? Oh well, but you know, you know what? I can't complain. I'll just add it to my infinity stone. The infinity stone list there. There we go. Go here. Okay, chat. Okay, so enough about digging down a woman with my massive schnoz. I know you're all jealous of me for this case. But reminder, tomorrow at 12 p.m. EST, I will be having a members only stream on YouTube. Which is pretty much everybody that's a member. Almost everyone that's a member, I should say. Is a Coop strongest soldier. And yeah, we'll do a members only stream at 12 that time. I have a couple ideas what to do, but I'll decide right before stream because I do like things everyone's last minute, as per usual. And then after that, at 3 p.m. EST, I'll be at Archer's channel for the Vampire Campaign, where I will literally be a Nazi. Literally role-playing as a Nazi Catgirl, in particular. And then after the Vampire Campaign is done, then in the Discord server, we'll host movie night and watch a movie there. So, it's going to be a very busy day tomorrow, if you're interested. And then for actual streaming on the channel for everybody will be at the normal time, 7:45 p.m. EST on Monday, for your normally scheduled retardation and digging down with my schnoz. Yes, you will all get digged down with my schnoz. After tomorrow, I probably would figure out how it is. I can use it for the peg. I can use it to peg. I have so many. I have so many ideas now how to use this schnoz of mine. Anyways, YouTube bros, I'm sending you over to Medias. She is not political, so do not bring up politics, okay? That's very gay. We do not like the homosexuals here, so do not bring up politics in Medias chat, okay? K. And then Kick bros, I'm sending you over to Oko. Once again, he is not political. So don't bring up politics, so that is gay. Once again, homosexuals get thrown out the building. Islam's right about women and gays. So I don't make the rules there. And yeah, I think that's it. Rumble Bros are stuck in the check tier as usual. Thank you everybody for your Sabi Bobbies, Donalds, and vigorous spankies. You've all been very kind. I appreciate the kindness as I'm very with. Yeah. So anyway, good night. I'll see you guys tomorrow in the various places that you join, and I hope you do well. Good night. Bye. Bye. I love my schnoz. I just love the snot.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive